No. Okay, we'll stop. We'll stop.
No, we got to
Okay.
use the words. The one thing they did, the really funny thing of using certain words to in place of other words in intimate places, and I'm just like,
the manhood.
Yep, the manhood.
Yeah, the manhood.
Right word.
Her ladiness. He was involved with her lady part.
Yep. I'm waiting for the dramatic reading.
We should all choose one part that we have to dramatic read, like at the end of book 4. Oh.
Oh, dude, wait, V, do you remember that one time I read like a really like lewd paragraph, like a Valley Girl, and I have no memory of that because I was drinking at the time?
I do remember that. I think I was drinking at the time also. Wait, was I? Oh god,
Probably.
I do remember.
That was fun, I guess. You do.
No,
Please don't post it again.
I don't like that you have that. I don't like that that's recorded.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay, what is this? Hey, someone I think. No, I'm thinking of the time we were all fucking wasted and you recorded us from start to finish. Oh, thank God. Ooh. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my, I'm saved by the blood. Yay. Oh, that's kind of sad, but yay, I'm safe. Wow. Yeah, that would have been before me for sure. Well, before I came back. That's crazy. Dramatic reading. Let me see.
Please don't. I'm not looking at it again. I'm gonna pretend.
Let me see.
Gosh, I was 22. 22.
What the heck?
I don't know about you. I'm feeling 22.
Wait,
so I was choking on some dick on the romantic dive, and he was holding my face all the way down because I'm nasty like that, and he kept trying to pull it off, but he was so like, I'm coming, and this fool didn't know I had to sneeze like right now, so he comes and I sneeze simultaneously, and out of my nose shoots his load back into him like I'm some effing sperm dragon, and I almost
that's so good. Oh, well, you got into character. That was good.
Apparently.
Yeah. Oh my lord. I'm obsessed with that.
Yeah, no, I think about it too sometimes. Apparently, I don't know about that. All the juicy ones. Yeah, no, that was a misspeak, so that wasn't even on purpose. That one doesn't count. He did. I just say words
Wait,
wrong.
did you say you were 22 then?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you'd sound... It's hard to tell in that clip because you're putting on an accent. But I was wondering if you'd sound much different because I feel like me at 20... Well, actually, you guys
I don't think I've changed that much, yeah.
Wait, but I mean, I feel like Sparks has even said me from 14, even though I was a cringy little bitch. Wow, I really was. If you not post that clip, I will kill myself. I'm sorry, I mean it. I'm sorry. Cringy bitch. But I think you said that I'm pretty much the same. Unfortunately.
You know, I've always thought... Let me think.
Do I have more shame? That's how I usually like to put it.
Oh gosh.
I have more shame. Huh?
Soul would say you have less shame.
Hello, yeah, I was in my... But that's the thing. What doesn't make sense about that is that... See, I'm trying to figure out the timeline real quick. Is that I thought I said hella because of Life is Strange. I think it makes sense. Life is Strange came out in 2012? 13? But I remember being way more into it when I left in high school. Wait, Life is Strange release. Wait, give it to me. 2015. There's no way I got it from that. There's no possibility. Because when we knew each other, it was in 2013, 14. So why the fuck was I saying hella? Where did that come from?
I think that game probably took from old lingo and then overused it, so it makes sense it existed before.
Yeah, but like hella isn't. I mean, I'm basing this off the Life is Strange universe, so like leave me alone. But like, isn't it like Californian slang to say hella or something, or like LA?
Yeah, but it was also like general.
I think honestly, I can't remember exactly where I would have gotten it off, but if I had to,
I'm pretty sure it was in Breaking Bad. Like Jesse says that.
Hella?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Like, this is hella tight, yo.
That's hella cool. Yeah, I really did use it in the Life is Strange way. I just predicted who. Like I predicted what my life was gonna be as a Life is Strange fanatic, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, but I do know what I like.
Did the whole reverse thing.
If I had to guess, just based on that information, I'm like piecing my life together because whatever. Most of my stuff, aside from the real cringy shit, like I'm not gonna get into it. Most of it came from my sister. I'd say my sister probably picked that up somewhere, and I picked it up. That's the likelihood. Hell yeah, hella. I'm hella cool. That's hella crazy. Ooh. Anyway, I was a very lonely child.
This is some hella weird talk to come back to.
Hella lonely. Feel right.
Hella lonely child. That's so sad. That's crazy, bro. Like, honestly. What was my little bitch ass doing?
Her best.
You could have been. To be fair, I'd already been. Wait, is that a bannable action?
That's weird. Do you want to try?
I'd already had the bad friends on the internets from then, so.
There couldn't be more bad friends on the internet.
Surely there couldn't be more bad friends. No, I think I'd had my fair share. You know what I mean? So I don't think, even if you had turned out unfortunately to be a bad person, I think it was already there. But you weren't a bad person, so life was good. Yeah. Oh, I had a terrible time. Oh my god.
Lore.
Oh no. Oh, so we are allowed to use that word. Okay. Yeah. So that's basically.
Well, you could use it in different contexts. I'm sure you can.
Bro, it was really bad. I like gloss over. Okay, I'm not gonna go into it. I do gloss over it though. It was like 2 straight years of me fucking around on the internet with a lot of people I should have been. It was really bad. It was what? Not good. It was not good. It was
they mean about don't talk to people.
No, that's good.
I got really lucky too. I literally met like the human embodiment of sunshine. Like first part. Yeah.
I think I'm trying to think. Aside from you, Sparks, and of course in that everyone I've met since, and then friends from but like from early days, probably just you, because like I think that's probably you're probably the first friend that I made from like gaming and like YouTube and things like that. Most of my other interactions were from like Omegle and Kick.
Oh
and,
no!
Yeah, bro. I'm saying I glossed over it, but it was bad. It was really bad, bro. Like I was 12 and 30. Yeah,
no, I went on Omegle too, but I don't think I even had a webcam, so I just was using text to speak. Should someone want to do some sort of role play? And they weren't doing anything lewd yet. Yes, but I got weirded out and left, so I never went back.
That was the best thing you ever did. I think I had a sick curiosity because basically, oh my god, this is not the conversation to have on a stream. I gotta stop myself.
Okay,
it's alright. That's all right. But anyway, no self-control, young person with impeccable trauma, not a good combo.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'll say on it for now. Another gloss over by V, your favorite traumatized person.
Perfect for D&D though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Perfect.
It is. It's great. I get to put all my issues on other people. How you doing?
I enjoy hearing V lore.
V lore
You get
is
to
crazy,
do it
I
with a
gotta say.
lisp too.
It's true. It's so comedic relief, you know? Never taking anything too seriously. It's very good.
Oh, no, we were starting talking about how voices change, right? Man.
Yeah, that's sort of...
Because I was going to say, yeah, like, most of my personality was probably cemented by around 15, 16, I'd say. Like, I haven't changed a lot since then. Like, I've gotten more confident, but that's the most of it.
I've changed so fucking much. Like, that's the thing. I feel like in the way I speak,
including
maybe
my voice.
Not, but like,
yeah.
I don't know. I think about, well, just, you know, as you grow as a person, as a being, but like, I have been, there are like specific parts, like where I've either had a moment of growth or whatever, where I'm like, I don't even know that person. That person's fucking crazy. Like, why the fuck did you do half the things you did?
I do think of that too.
And yeah, and the thing is, I can't really make that separation because that still, of course, wasn't. But what I'm saying is that, like, I try and think of, like, if I met that person now, I'm like, I would have a punch on or something. Like, I would not like that person at all. I think about myself in high school, I'm definitely, thank the Lord, not that same person.
Yeah. That's what growing up is about.
Oh, yeah,
you should talk to Sol about the whole is growing up being cringe, or no, becoming cringe. Because then you accept that you are cringe, and then you're no longer cringe because you've accepted it.
No, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. Like the parts of me.
Yeah.
The parts of me
but
that
you've accepted it, so it's not cringe.
Are like that I look back on as cringy. Say that, like that word. I'm like, you know what? That is something you should find acceptance in yourself, because it's not necessarily bad. It's just embarrassing. However, there are other parts of me in those same
more than that.
Yeah, I'm like, I would rather die than become American or accept that about myself. No, that's being left in the shame pile. Shame pile goes over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you've grown enough to recognize that, so I'd say you can forgive yourself. You know.
I'll keep it in the shame pile. For
no,
now.
Forgive yourself. No. Please.
Oh god. Nah, surely that's the cringe pile, not the shame pile. It's okay. But
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Like the alchemy choice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
that's not bad. No. Nah.
But yeah, shame pile. No, I don't know. I accept. Forgiveness is a funny word for me. Is that I can accept that it happened or that I did those actions, even though I hate it. But yeah, the whole forgiveness cycle. I'm like, nah, you're gonna feel bad about that. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep you in check, bitch. Shame circle. Haha.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, is this any of this reflecting on my character, Jaffel Scorn? Or
I wonder.
I wonder. I mean,
that's Big Jaff for you.
Huh?
Yeah, we're gonna get more trauma this episode too. I'm calling it.
I feel as though I've trauma dumped far too early in this session. Now it's just gonna be fun. Surely.
Yeah, we got it out of the way.
Surely.
Yeah, please draw your trauma. It will heal us.
Oh god, you don't want that.
Or draw something healing instead.
Yeah, I'll draw a cute fairy. That's gonna be better for me.
Yeah. I'll draw a mermaid. What happened?
I have a laptop now.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
upgrade.
Sort of.
It's about 10 years old.
You have my old laptop.
That means it'll last though. Yeah.
I mean, it actually runs fine. Can't really like games on it, but
the battery's shot, so you can't charge
you got
it.
games on your laptop. I've got solitaire.
I have solitaire as well.
Nice.
It can't run a lot
play
of games,
solitaire at the same time.
Like we tried playing Repo.
Yay, we could race. So you could do solitaire quicker. Me and my friends used to race playing Sudoku. Separately at the same time.
My thing was Minesweeper, so.
Yeah. I didn't understand how to play.
I was in that same thing. I liked playing it, but I didn't know what it meant.
My mom was like a genius, and I was just like, she's like, it's easy. Look at what you do, and I was like,
Yeah, sure, yeah. Yep, yeah. No, me too.
Yeah, you know there are this many mines around it, but where? But you have to guess. What?
Well, it's not.
You have to use logic.
Possibilities. It's actually very much like Sudoku.
Not at all guessing.
Yeah. I'm bad at it.
Sometimes you have to guess. But it's
sometimes you have to guess, but then you could lose the whole game.
Yeah, sometimes you do. It really sucks when it comes down to 2 and like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That and my mom played what was it? Four Corners. What was it called? You had like 4 different hands, and you were one of them. Foursquare? No. I remember being in the old.
Foursquare is a different game.
Yeah.
Did your peers were your peers obsessed with Foursquare when you guys were kids? And like
I loved Foursquare. I liked Foursquare.
I didn't mind it, but like everyone I knew was fucking obsessed with it.
In my school, my primary school, they said it'd either be 2 square, 4 square, or they make it into 8 square. And they'd have a king and a queen at the top. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh, it was crazy. Yeah, it was a whole system. King and queen up top, and then you could like get the queen out by obviously like second them out, and then you could become queen, and then king and queen. Yeah, it's because I don't know. We were in such a small school, like as in like I think it was like at maximum there was like 50 kids. So I don't know. Yeah, we made it an 8 square. 8 square was crazy. 8 square was nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Magma, why do you hate me? Why?
Dude, it'd be great if I could get into Roll 20.
Spider Solitaire.
Roll 20 is not loading.
Were you not able to sign in on Firefox?
Nope.
Oh.
I can launch it in Firefox, but I've tried every password that I would normally use, and it did not want to work on Firefox.
Oh. Huh.
Rich.
Well, that's interesting.
No, man, but the trauma.
Or the healing. Rich. Sorry, I'm on a complete side quest. No, it's funny. It's a game. Like I remember when I was very small, my mother playing it all the time, including other when she wasn't playing Minesweeper. And it was like, was it Bridge? It didn't look like this. It looked like the same textures, like Solitaire, but it was 4 hands, and you had to like. I didn't understand how to play it.
Dude, what about Spider Solitaire?
Oh. It's definitely Bridge. I didn't realize I had a computer version of it. Thing is, I don't see a picture. That's happening more and more as I get older. It used to happen occasionally. But more and more often, I get a memory of something that happened when I was little or even a little older. And I'm like, I have this concrete memory. I have an exact picture. And then I can't find any evidence that it really happened.
Dude, was that accurate?
Like, and it makes me kind of like go, huh? And want to prove it happened.
That's what happens when you hit 30.
Yeah.
Your life starts flashing before your eyes.
Wait, are you the same age as me? Or are you older?
Oh, I'm like your grandpa. Yes, I'm 33.
Okay, so you're not even 5 years older than me. We're in the same cohort.
You are about 5 years older than me.
Old.
Yeah, I'm old now. The gray hair's coming in. I'm trying to part my hair the other way so I can have a cool part.
Oh shit, I'm getting there.
I think my little brother's even getting gray hair. He's blonde though, so it's difficult to tell.
Mine's just falling out.
Yeah, so
I like the gray hair actually. Not the reminder of getting old.
I would like gray. I would definitely take gray.
I dyed my hair gray once. It's like my favorite dye job I did. Recap though is basically we did errands and talked to different people. We got dresses. We got dinner.
Trying to remember if we got dinner. Did we get dinner? I mean, we would have, but I don't know if we had a thing of it. We did get breakfast. Donk did a bunch of stuff.
He did. He made it. He made something.
He did make some. He made something special. 2 special things, actually. Salad basket got it all. You know. Had a little cuddle, you know what I mean? A little.
Who did that? You did that on purpose.
I did. Oh no! Wait a minute. Fuck. Wither and Bloom. Not Wither and Bloom. Fucking Lost Records is probably on the other SSD. No!
Huh?
Fucking Lost Records. The Life is Strange-esque game that I really liked. The next episode is coming out in like the next month. I just realized. Yeah, it's on the other SSD. Hey, I may just have to play it again. Because I could romance someone else. But I liked my romance option. Hey.
Oh, it won't save your progress?
I don't, because I feel like I played it somewhere else. Maybe it won't. I'll install it again.
Is it on Steam?
It is on Steam.
Because that should save. Yeah.
I'll have to check then. Yeah. There's so many I have to download. My computer's loving me though. I think we're not having fucking a million files on. It's good. Oh, have you guys seen the early access fucking Sims game? Fucking In Zoe.
I'm back.
In Zoe.
Apparently Roll20 is working.
Not even heard of that. I was thinking Pair Lives and what's the other one?
That's the other one I remember. Paralyzed. Let me. How do I send this to you? As for what else in the recap, I don't know.
Visited Quill's mom.
That's true. Tested out some treats that were a bit bitter. How do you... Oh, why am I dumb? Why my brain not work? Play.
We're not dumb. mark.
I've been through too much this morning. I'm going off the rails.
You're out of spoons. No more spoons.
I had one minor inconvenience and my whole life is shattered.
Mood, honestly.
Oh, I need more.
Maybe it will be a trauma.
In my gullet. Oh gosh.
Down the hatch.
Gluck, 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 gluck. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Put a bit of brandy in it.
I also genuinely do need to eat. I did not eat enough yesterday. I'm gonna make avocado toast with some eggs. Yeah.
Sorry, I love avocados. Isaac says it looks like barf every time. Well, no, okay.
I
I
like
did mix it in with salsa. And I put
also like guacamole.
Yeah, and it was the salsa was it's medium, but to me it was hot, so I mixed in some cream cheese and some other stuff. I showed it to Isaac and he was like, "Ew." I'm like, "But smell it. It's yummy."
That actually
doesn't
sounds
like
quite good.
avocado.
Well, to be fair, like all of those things I would mix in with nachos. So like maybe all mixed together it wouldn't have the best look. However, it would taste fucking bomb. For sure it would taste bomb.
I've been eating it right here, and I think I should have checked earlier. Why does Discord keep changing my input? I was chewing on a rice cake, but he was told, and he was like, "Are you eating chips?" And I was like, "No, I've been perceived."
I mean, it's better than being deceived.
I gotta get my loudness out now.
Is that helpful?
Noises.
Noises.
What? Woo? What? Who?
Ooh.
Ooh.
What?
That was Alex. What?
What?
Alex said ooh. Let's clip that. I think, yeah. Darn it. Alright, that's our next goal, lads and ladies.
It was
and others.
also
We're gonna have
the
him
very
say
like saddest and depressed,
ooh,
most
on stream
depressed one I
and clip
could say.
And then whenever we're mad at him, we can play it.
Not the peer pressure, not the bullying.
Yeah, am I a bully?
Anyway, I am here. I'm gonna be muted, but I'll listen to whatever's going on. I'm gonna make food while I wait. So start at any point. Yeah. I'm good. I'm sweet. XOXO. Gossip girl. Jaffa loves avocados.
Avocado. Thanks. What was it, Quill?
Did we leave off on a new day, or?
Well, it was we left off on the day that you guys were kind of waiting to do.
We usually try to.
The like class demonstration thing. We did Donk's blacksmithing stuff.
Well, does it have the roll for the night bearers? Let me look.
Pretty sure they already did that.
Donk did a bunch of rolling.
Oh yeah.
Isla did some studying. So I think that's either like mostly through the day, if not the end.
No, we left like right before you guys were headed to do the class.
Fortunate bad pants. All keeps getting stuck in my head. I think the coffee's hitting me.
feel like I should readjust my spell listing, but
that's up to you.
Like at the end of the day, you know, you mean you're reordering them, ones that are prepared.
Yeah, I just don't know what he would go for, like, for the class to have ready for that. So.
Right, that's the next thing. I wish I had a memory. I literally just.
She wanted me to do.
Is that the Tin Man? The Tin Man from Dorothy. No, he wanted a heart. Darn it. I don't even remember. That's my problem. Who wanted a brain? Scarecrow?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, it was
me.
Scarecrow.
The lion wanted the heart. I remember that. Wait, no, the lion wanted the heart.
Okay, then what did the Tin Man want?
Wait, the lion wanted to be brave or something?
Brave, yeah. He wanted courage then. Tin Man wanted a heart. And then the Scarecrow wanted a brain.
What was Analoff asking me to do for this?
Wizardry?
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially
I
just
assume
be
it's
a,
like
a support cast for it.
different things related to fire.
Am
magic.
I boosting her stuff or like Mival's abilities and stuff, or I'll figure it out.
Yeah. You could ask Mival.
What are the odds that
like, what's the plan?
has me muted from Repo?
Lol.
Huh? Who?
Mival, like, huh? Darn it!
Oh wow!
Darn it, this is the third time. This is the third time I've. I'm so sorry. He's usually so quiet. No, it's been so long. Oh, I wish I could crawl into a hole and be a carrot. No.
What?
How do I unmute him? No. How do I unmute him? No, I want to. No.
Why carrot?
Old text post I read. I don't know what just came to mind. No. I've been ignoring you. No, it just.
To be fair, like, no, he's been so quiet, and the way it's been timed, I didn't even notice you couldn't hear him because it just like the conversation was flowing fairly normally.
I did it to Sparksy first, and then I did it to Soul earlier today. I'm sorry. I gotta look at that because it's gray. The only difference is it has that little circle next to it.
Yeah.
Imagine playing D&D without listening to your DM at all.
Isn't that just D&D?
I was gonna say don't. No.
Half the players don't listen anyway.
At least they hear it.
Right, at least at that point it's a choice to ignore.
Right. At least that it's they can acknowledge what you've said and then go, all right. So, but what's over here?
10 years ago. 10 years ago. There was this thing that was posted everywhere in comments. I know nobody will see my status, but sometimes when I am bored, I go into the garden, cover myself in earth, and pretend I'm a carrot. Years ago.
Wow.
Right?
Nobody else read that all the time?
Yeah.
No.
That was just me? Okay. Looks like it was on Facebook as well. Out of the loop. It was a Facebook thing.
Oh, that means that probably means I've been muted for a while last night on Repo.
Oh no, because I opened it. I thought I opened your stream and I would unmute it from time to time to make sure I could hear everybody. I thought I heard you. There was people are usually talking at the same time. I heard voices. I heard myself.
It would have been like after after you went to bed.
Oh. Wait, so you muted yourself on Discord?
Yeah, I muted myself on my Streamlabs.
Oh, on Streamlabs, I see.
So my stream probably didn't pick up any of what I said.
Oh.
That would do it. How did you mean to mute yourself on Streamlabs?
I did when I was taking that break. So it probably means that none of what I was saying after that break was captured on stream.
Really?
Oh no.
Which means I could.
That's tragic.
If I wanted to use any of that stuff, I'd have to use Souls.
All right. Well, at least you had somebody else streaming with you.
Yeah. Kind of irritating though.
Every time is a charm. I gotta not forget that. The thing is, I never did this with other games where we muted each other. Like Among Us. Man. Among Us. It's just Repo. I didn't even do it with, I don't think so. I think it was Lethal.
I've never seen you do it with Lethal, but...
Yeah, I'm regressing. Becoming worse at video games, too.
I mean, it's not even that big of a deal.
That's what age
I feel bad. I'm just imagining it like we're all sitting like in real life and I've just like muted a real person, you know? If we were all sitting in the same place. It'd be really rude if I just completely ignored everything one person was saying. Like they weren't there.
See, but it's different between you ignoring them and just you, for some reason, can't hear them.
Yeah. I just got the spell. Yeah.
But yeah, so we did Doc's blacksmithing stuff, and then we ended with you guys getting ready for the class. So I guess we'll just kick it off like right, I guess a bit before you guys would leave for it. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to do beforehand, or...
Yuval's just probably nervous. Maybe pacing and whatever. But that's about it.
Holly will do your hair. Can we do your hair?
Yes. Yeah, you can do my hair.
Do you want a braid? Fishtail? A bun? 2 braids?
Do whatever your little heart desires, Isla. I don't know if my son will even care if there's a braid in my hair.
Well, I don't want to... You usually have a braid, so I'll keep it that way. I'll make it a fishtail braid. I don't think he's gonna be, you know, worried about your hair, but... It'll look nice. I'll try to make it look nice. And she'll try to do the fishtail.
Always helping me with this
It takes
stuff.
a little bit of time. Yeah. I'm glad.
Can we
I'm
get
not
a
really
roll
helping
for
with-
how well she does?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Am I proficient?
Proficient in braid making.
Could be sleight of hand. Oh no, wait, this happened with Jaffel before. This is why I think Isla lost feathers. This happened.
Yeah, give me sleight of hand.
Oh no, wait, I shouldn't have mentioned that.
No, I was gonna say sleight of hand anyway, so.
Okay. That normal, yeah. She's done this before. It's just a different raid.
Yeah, I mean it's alright.
Yay! Is it
Hell
looking?
yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah. Oh no. It's funny. I've been fixing up the.
B.
She's just making food. She can hear us, but she's not talking.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I've been fixing up the toddler's hair I work with because they'll take a nap and sleep on their hair, and it'll get all messed up. So I've been trying to. Braids are usually good, but a lot of their hair is so thin and so fine. I'm just like, this is so hard to work with because they're young.
I also don't know how much Isla would have worked with hair versus like feathers.
Yeah. I mean, there were elves in the village that we grew up in, we established, but
she
Still, as far as,
I've mentioned she likes.
No. She absolutely braided Jaffel's hair on the reg.
I have a picture of
multiple
Jaffel.
times.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Just say.
Mm-hmm.
And she did it for Mival's wedding.
True.
Oh.
Alright, so yeah, it looks good.
Yes.
Quill's probably just.
Can she
gonna
like tie
going
the ribbon
over
at the
their
end?
Spellbook.
Close what?
Just going over their spellbook.
Okay.
This is blonde hair, but oh wait, where's D&D crew? They did change the. Why do they keep changing what Discord looks like?
I don't know. It does look weird.
I can make it darker now. Haha. Dark mode. My eyes. Oh, that's pretty. Double Dutch fishtail braid.
I like imagining that Isla just does how basically we did when we were together at the con. You just doing my hair all the time.
Oops.
Not complaining.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's about time for you guys to, like, by the time you walk there, it would probably be around the time that, I don't know if it's specified. Red, you shouldn't really specify. It was more just sometime around noon.
Oof.
You can get there a little early. Bags packed.
You've all just nervous as hell.
Alright, let's have an attune.
The duality, man.
It'll be great. It'll be great. You guys are gonna do such a good show. What are you doing, Bluebell?
What if this ends up hurting him more than anything else?
I don't see how it can. Plus, they said this is the best way to introduce you to him slowly. So this is the only way to do it, really. And it'll be better. I believe it'll be better in the long run. She pats her on the like arm. Maybe the leg. The knee. Because this has to happen sooner or later. I think it would hurt him more if you didn't do it. And he found out later you existed?
I mean, yeah, you have a point.
Mm-hmm. Because, you know, sometimes we gotta do things that are a little uncomfortable. But they're usually worth it in the end.
I hope you're right.
But yeah, I'm sure this will go really well. It's gonna be fun, if nothing else, for him to see. All the cool things his mom can do.
I hope so. But what if it scares him?
He's in like a magic tower. I'm not sure what could be scary about it. He's learning magic every day. I'm sure he's resilient too. He's been through a lot. It'll be fun.
It's been through more than enough.
Now he deserves to have the fun times. As much as we can make for him. Right, Quill? Sorry, I'm gonna fix my hair real quick. There we go. That's better. Wait, did Quill say anything? Right, Quill? You got some cool stuff prepared?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Plus, you know performers, right? You're good with that kind of stuff.
I mean, I don't know if I would.
Yeah, we saw your show. That was super cool. With the cool outfit. And the fire magic.
The dragon was experimental, but I think it worked out. Mival, did you want me to, like, create illusory targets for you? I don't know what setup they're gonna have there, but...
Yes, please. I really don't know what to expect from this, so...
No, just going to be showing off your talents.
I guess.
The idea, I imagine, is mostly just to give the students an idea of, some things they might come across in the field, how to perhaps deal with certain situations. So,
I'm back.
Hello.
I just could see things not going my way, or I don't know, I'd almost expect it.
well, I'll be there to help.
And I appreciate you.
Vasco will point out. Alright, we should probably get going. Don't want to necessarily be too late.
Yeah. Just start going.
Okay. So you guys make your way behind one of the towers. I forget which one I specified. One of those.
Said like right here or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which tower that was though. I can never remember the order. Oh, that is actually like right behind the illusion tower. Yeah, alright. Yeah, you guys make your way behind the illusion tower. There you'll see not only Analoth, but you'll see a Quill you'll recognize Murin as well. And then you'd also see...
Sorry, who did you say?
Murin?
I thought he said mirror.
No, Murin.
That's what I thought too, yeah.
Murin.
Gotcha.
The illusion tower head. But you would also see kind of a fairly large gathering of a couple dozen different students, mostly ranging from ages similar to Raton, who've literally just started their studies recently, or all the way up to probably just shy of teenager. Is where you'll see kind of like the large, like the main grouping of the age ranges. Past that, there are a couple that are kind of like younger teens. And then you would see like a couple other mages kind of near Analoth. Kind of there also as support. But as you guys approach Analoth, it would just kind of like wave you over.
She'll go to... Oh.
As you get closer, she'll go. Alright, so I don't know what you have prepared for this. I do have at least a decent idea of what we want to show off, but don't know if you had anything specific you wanted to kind of tie in.
To be fair, I don't have much else other than the shadow step. But that's only once, so...
I mean more for just your everyday capabilities. Anything you would want to show off, or anything you're particularly skilled in that you would want to tie into the demonstrations.
You like your bow?
Well, that's the main one, Isla.
What about your... Oh, never mind.
I was like, Donk, you wouldn't be there.
What about your tattoo?
I mean, that's not really
Your clothes, you're quite good with those.
Well, we don't want to be too scary, right?
I mean, these are cuddly wings, I suppose, but like, I mean, sure. I mean,
no, I mean, if you have any equipment enchanted and everything, that is part of your capabilities.
Yeah, if you tell them what you do, yeah, before you do it, it won't be scary. You know, but it's just magic.
or you're climbing up of bowls, you can do that also.
Oh yeah. Or running really fast.
Yeah,
like you're really fast.
Ridiculously fast. Oh, and that thing you do
put some obstacles.
Yeah, one thing you do when a friend's nearby, they'll just die.
Oh.
What's that?
Oh? Wait a minute. I don't think we're doing that.
I mean...
But what are you talking about?
Attack. Out of character.
I mean, if we're just doing, like, full-on combat things, like... Who am I gonna go up against?
You could throw things and you could dodge them. Like dodgeball? Or...
Well, I mean, you're gonna have illusionary targets, but I mean... If you wanna shoot me a couple times, that's alright.
We do also have conjurations that we could kind of pull up.
We could give the kids like a bunch of tomatoes or something and they could all throw them at you and you could like dodge them all. That could be fun.
Oh no. That's actually kind of cute.
Yeah. Isla's brainstorming.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Interact.
Okay, well, would you prefer more of a city setting or forest landscape, meadows, any setting in particular?
Forest landscape.
All right. And she'll call up, Murin. They're going with the forest. Murin will just kind of give a nod and then take another couple steps away from everyone and then begin casting.
I don't think mine even got to shoot a single rocket.
It does take a bit. The casting time for this is 10 minutes. And then as she finishes, for the next, I believe the spell is like a mile? Double check. Yeah, 1 square mile. Yeah, so the entire space in front of you goes from being a very, very empty kind of just stone courtyard space into what looks like a very realistic and slightly kind of thick jungle setting. From one side, it ends fairly thick in that most of the trees, there's not a ton of space in between them. But then as it kind of fades to the right, it goes into what looks like a very sparse forest.
We've all kind of dumbfounded.
Quill, if you want, give me an Arcana check.
Would I? Yeah, I was about to say, would I know what spell this is?
I like go and touch a tree. Like knock on it, like see if it's real.
It is a tree.
It feels like a tree?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that something that she can climb up?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
I believe technically.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what do you mean?
The spell gets very in depth on because it looks, sounds, smells, and even feels like whatever terrain is created.
And, I mean, technically, Vasca could, like, maybe teach things about, I don't know, the area. I don't know. Maybe?
.24 Arcana. Yeah, I mean, you would probably have heard of essentially this would be Murin's not necessarily signature spell, but one of her best that she can cast.
And it was after the dude.
This is Mirage Arcane, a 7th
Yeah,
level
that's
illusion
cool.
spell.
Illusion you can touch.
Yeah,
Cool, looks impressed.
everything in this illusionary space is technically real. However, if anything is removed from the area, it disappears immediately. So you can't like harvest anything and then bring it. But
Like
as
I
long
was
as
thinking
it's
I was
within,
gonna.
as long as it's within this space, it counts.
Is there any fruit she can try in this place? From the trees?
I don't think she would have done any of those.
Darn it.
It would also.
If there's a pine cone, she puts one in her pocket to see what happens.
It would arguably be recreated in potentially a somewhat exact manner, but it's a little bit loose on like it doesn't really specify that you recreate a specific thing, so it would have to be based off of the caster's like knowledge of everything.
Interesting.
So if she recreated a fruit or anything,
Gotta make a build.
I don't know if you could technically eat it.
Skills, I had an extra skill use, extra skill damage, skill refund for all of my.
Yeah, because it doesn't specify taste.
Okay.
So it looks, sounds,
So it
smells,
might-
and feels.
So if you take a bite into it, it like tastes like sandpaper or something?
I don't think it would actually taste like anything. You wouldn't get anything out of it.
Oh, that'd be weird because it said texture, so it still like feels like an apple if you made one. But
Right.
It doesn't taste like anything.
But yeah, there would be nothing.
Ooh.
Also, the fun part with illusion magic, and especially illusion-based wizards, is she can slowly manipulate this space however she wants.
Nice.
Due to, what is it, malleable illusion?
Yeah.
So as you go through this space, you can kind of change different aspects of it, either if you want to specify anything, or if, like, she can technically add targets. They would be kind of built into, like, trees and bushes and stuff, but it would be a sort of just strange looking tree that has target rings on it.
Constantly.
Nice job,
Yes.
Miriam.
Still technically has to be terrain. So yeah, you will see kind of throughout some of the areas, there are trees with what look like different target patterns in them. There are different bushes and stuff. There are also a couple casters around that can do various things as for demonstrations, like conjuring.
That would be kind of. There's one that increases your max HP by unlimited, but it like increases your stat.
But Anoloth will kind of go over with you and go. All right, so yes, as far as everything should go, this space is pretty much yours to slightly change if you want to. You'll just have to let Mirren know. But we do have targets from at least what you can see here. And then, as far as some of the demonstrations that we would want to do for kind of mages showing off how they can assist in what you do, of course, Quill will be there to help. And then we do have one or two others that can cast other beneficial effects.
All right.
also like to take this opportunity to point out, given the two like main people here, probably pretty obvious now that Quill's general robes that he usually wears are kind of a mix of the illusion and evocation towers.
Oh, you can. There's the one that when you drop.
Purple and red.
All right.
Also, he looks nervous.
Right, so we'll start the demonstration off with a bit of just like kind of a brief overview of what you can do. So targets, running from one space to another very quickly, hiding amongst some of the forest.
Okay.
I'm unsure if you have any other specialties, but that's at least the general idea of what I can assume.
I can't think of anything else for her to do, really.
Obstacle course?
I mean, that'd be kind of cool.
Or what are those things? Hurdles, maybe? She doesn't know any instruments, right?
No.
Are you
You could have
more athletic or acrobatic in your maneuverability?
Athletic.
You could have Vasca play some background music for you.
Just the Pirates of the Caribbean thing.
I was thinking like soft violin, or like it gets more exciting when she does but just dun 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 dun. I don't remember exactly how it goes.
That's actually cute.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a bard. He can improvise, right? Pretty good.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we're ready to start, I can cast haste on you if you'd like.
If you could.
And I'll also point out, save the casting for maybe in a little bit.
Alright.
I kind of want to show off a base of what she can do, and then from there kind of show off different way made or affect what she can do, in a sense. So, in this case, like, yes, haste running from one area to another or traversing different areas would be a good thing to show off. For some of the targets, we'll have somebody cast a thing of fire arrows for you. For some of the sneaking and everything, we'll either conjure some creatures for you to sneak around, or if you also want to take some of them out in your own manner, it's up to you. But yes, to start, we'll show off kind of the base of what you can do. So, as I kind of describe everything to the class, if you could show it off as we go.
Meval would like look over the kids. Does she see Raton?
Make a perception check. Oh yeah, he's a little bit not tucked away, but like he's kind of behind a couple other students, so it's not the easiest to see him. Plus, with the robes on and everything, it's a little bit not what you expected him to be in, for the most part. But yeah, he does not necessarily stand out, but he's noticeable.
Has he, like, I guess, noticed Vesca or her?
You can tell he's staring, but it's hard to tell if that's just because, a good chunk of them are staring as well, just kind of waiting for everything to start. I'd say with a 25, you can tell he's a little bit wide-eyed.
Oh. And how's Vasca looking?
You could ask him.
He's also kind of trying to avoid staring at Raton, but you see him like constantly kind of glance in that direction. But you also kind of see him starting to get into the mentality of performance. It's a little bit of a showing off kind of thing.
Okay. All right. I think I'm ready.
I do have to pull up his character sheet. Where'd it go? Why can I never remember where it is? There it is. Did this shit. Oh, that's right, he doesn't get third level spells until later. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much all he has. Slightly annoying, but whatever. I'll deal with it. Now that is a minute, so to wait on that one. Okay. Probably anything he can cast they would know about anyway, so. Alright. So, Adeloth will go over and kind of address the class and start talking about some of what will be shown today and some of what will be demonstrated. And then she'll get into talking about some of your sort of base capabilities. So, if you could give me probably 5 shots.
Have a ghost to sit off to the side somewhere, I suppose.
Man, that performance anxiety.
That looks pretty good.
What do you mean performance anxiety?
Well, if you think about it, those are all with a +10, so 3 of those were a 4, a 5, and a 6.
Oh, yeah.
Just muscle memory came over. To still get a good number. Or a good shot.
But yeah, I mean, they'll all hit the target. Your last one being pretty much a bullseye, but your other 4 being accurate. Thankfully, there's no whiffs, which is the only awkward thing that can happen during the demonstration. And then from there, talking about sort of your natural speed, not only from being a tabaxi, but from being a rogue and what you've practiced. So she'll kind of just have you run from one side to the other, but constantly dashing, especially through bonus actions and everything.
Mm-hmm. So she just goes 120 feet, like a 6 seconds, and then
I'd say it'd be 180 technically.
180.
That's kind of insane to look at.
No, because your base speed's 30.
Base speed is 30. If I dash, then it makes it 60, and then what you do is it makes it more, and then I can't use that until I stand still again. So like the general taking off is like the fastest, but
oh, so if you're constantly feline agility dashing and then stopping there for like 6 seconds and then feline agility dashing again, that would be 180 because you're not only movement but bonus action dash and then main action dash.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess you could either just do like bursts of 180 and then stopping and then another 180, kind of dashing from one spot to the next, to the next, to the next.
Yeah, she might just do that.
Okay.
If she does miss at some point or fuck something up, and it's possible for me to, can I like be ready to illusion magic it to make it look better for her?
Oh, that's so good.
Sure.
Quill, got my back. Ah.
Okay. And then, kind of as you dash back, kind of closer, she'll talk about your stealth capabilities. So then, kind of pointing out that you'll go into a part of the forest, and then, if you can, sneak off a bit of a distance to the side, and then come back at a different angle. So, with doing that, I'll need a stealth check. Okay. I mean, a 24, if I kind of doubt much of them will get anywhere close to that.
Is there a point like where she could like maybe sneak and then like hide like amongst the kids and then like make herself known? Like at the end of that?
Yeah, I mean, it would probably take you a little bit longer. So it might just be like an awkward amount of time, but you could also, instead of doing that now, kind of do that with sort of the magic buffs that they would offer later.
Okay.
Because the class is kind of at the edge of... They're not at the edge. They're a bit of a distance from where the forest actually starts.
Oh, I see.
So you would have to kind of go far down one side of the forest and then come back at a very obtuse angle from the class.
All right.
So it would take you a good bit of time. That being said, if yes, Quill cast haste on you when you're going double your speed, it would go a lot faster.
Oh yeah.
Or if Quill could, or any of the other casters technically, could offer a bit of, not teleportation, but what is it, Quill? Vortex Warp?
Yes.
Where you can teleport somebody at like 60 feet, I think, or something like that.
I believe so.
Okay.
Within a 90-foot range.
Right, so you'd
Teleport's
have
behind you. Nothing
so you'd have to,
personnel, kid.
as she got closer, just kind of teleport her in the middle of them. Which I guess would still technically work. But yeah, so you kind of stealth through some of the tree line, come back at a different angle, and you still see a couple of the students, like, even when you break from the tree line, and you're not necessarily being particularly sneaky, you still see a couple of them take a good bit of time to realize that you're over there now, and not where they saw you enter the forest. But as you get closer, some of them, good portion of the class like starts giving you a polite clap.
No. How's Raton looking if she can see him?
I mean, he kind of looks similar to the rest of the class. Everyone is giving you a fair good bit of attention. Some of them like kind of glancing between you and then back to Analoth as Analoth is talking through the class and everything, or talking through the demonstration. But I mean, you can tell he's paying attention more to you and Vasca than he is Analoth. But still occasionally listening in, just trying not to be kind of caught out in not paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Although I guess with the standard brain of a 4 or 5-year-old, how old was he? 4?
He was 4, I think.
He was 4.
4. So he'd be distracted easily.
Yeah, they have a lot more attention at 4 than 2 or 3, I'll tell you.
She'll flash him a little smile, and then, yeah, I know she's not supposed to do that, but you know, that's her baby.
But to be fair, it's hard to tell if it's specifically at one person, considering you are smiling roughly in the direction of a good dozen of students or so.
Yeah.
like anyone else who knows what's going on can easily tell that yes, you're smiling at him.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the class is aware, you're smiling in their direction.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ella's like trying not to cry. She's just like smiling and being like,
oh,
they're looking at each other.
Oh, that's so cute. What the fuck, Isla?
You're not paying attention to her.
No, I'm not, but what the fuck?
It's working. This is taking so long.
And then I think the last thing that we're going to show off is whether you want to be athletic or more acrobatic through the tree line.
She's more athletic.
Okay. I think the best way to show that off then.
I mean, I'm like 1 point off with acrobatics if you know more about acrobatic stuff that she could do.
Like I say, acrobatics would be more going, like, leaping from tree to tree and kind of swinging through stuff.
Oh, she could Prince of Persia that shit!
Right. Give me both, because you do have a climb speed, so give me an athletics with advantage to actually get up to that point. Okay. And then give me an acrobatics.
Ooh.
Okay. And then give me 3 shots with disadvantage. As you're going from kind of tree to tree, either swinging from limbs or swinging from like vines and stuff. And then landing and taking off a shot and then kind of going to the next spot.
That might be 4. It might... Yeah, sorry, it wouldn't.
That's fine, I'll just take the first 3. Okay. Again, none of them's a natural 1, so you're not whiffing anything. Yeah, 2 of the shots, incredibly accurate. The third one kind of... I feel like the acrobatics would play into it a little bit, where you, like, kind of land weirdly, so your shot's thrown off. So you kind of hit, like, closer to the edge of the target than anything. Still a hit.
Is she nearby?
Define nearby.
Can I make minor illusion it to make it look like it actually is a bullseye?
What's the range on
that? I don't think very far. 1 second.
That is 30 feet.
So, yeah.
Close climb entry.
You'd have to be like next to the target she's aiming at.
Am I?
Pay no attention to the rabbit next to the behind
I mean, that's just his character. That's just a summary.
Yeah.
Okay, well, sorry, never mind.
It's okay. Still hit the thing, so.
I think for these targets, you would have to get a natural 1 to like actually whiff.
Oh.
Because it's a base 10 AC.
All right.
We'll be right back.
And I think even technically with a natural 1, you would still be over the AC. But there's not much you can do about a natural 1, so.
Yeah.
but yeah, as you come back from that, you can tell like a couple of the students are more enthusiastic and impressed. A couple of the younger students are like talking about how cool that was. And then from there, Analoth will kind of go into a slightly longer lecture of how different aspects of magic can enhance both the caster, but also the party that you might be with, or the people that you might be helping you, or anything. So even if you aren't necessarily a caster focused on offensive magic or even defensive magic, but you can be a more support style where you're buffing and debuffing different targets and everything, or just generally fucking with everything that's going on. And then they'll go into sort of more of the demonstration of I guess one of the last things she'll do before showing off the magic part of it. One of the students, kind of standing off to the side, will conjure. Could they conjure? What fun thing can I throw out here? Oh, would this work? Yes. Okay, so give me 2 seconds to look up the thing that they're conjuring. Is it good? Oh, you're technically it too. Okay. So kind of in a sort of combination of showing stuff off. The student will conjure a gargoyle.
Yeah.
And then Analoth will talk about and kind of half gesture for you to go into the tree line and essentially sneak attack it.
Okay.
Preferably by climbing a tree.
Okay.
So again, we'll go into not only the speed of which you're moving, but give me a stealth check so that you're technically hidden from it.
Oh, probably should put it at normal.
That's fine, I'll just take the 28 anyway. Not that they could even beat a 27, but I don't think a gargoyle has... No, it's perception shit. Okay, so hidden. Give me an athletics with advantage, just for getting in the trees. Okay. And then give me a bow shot at advantage, with sneak attack, and it's technically an auto crit.
So, like, another sneak attack?
Both another sneak attack and another thing of damage from the bow. I'll just have to take off the 5 for your dexterity, I think. $33, 42, 46. Just the dice from that, so 48, 51. Yeah, that's what they wanted to show off. You've officially one-shot a gargoyle.
Damn.
Please tell me they clap.
Yeah, as you sneak off into the tree line, they immediately lose sight of you, and they're just kind of like staring off in the direction, awkwardly waiting. And then an arrow would streak out of nowhere, take the gargoyle in the head. You see a good chunk of its head just get demolished from the shot as it like falls backwards and then fades. Some of the students would kind of be like awkwardly staring with their mouths like half open, like kind of a bit in awe of one-shotting a gargoyle. Before, yeah, they would all start clapping.
That's insane. I was trying to find, I thought there was a slightly better buff spell other than fire arrows. But I don't know what. Yeah, I guess there isn't a better buff spell, at least not in the level 4 or 5 areas. Well, it's not one that they can do, so oh well. Flame arrows it is. Well, flame arrows isn't terrible either, but it's not a ton of extra damage. Okay, so then yeah, Analoth would go into talking about all the different aspects that magic can do to not only enhance, but alter how whatever you do can impact a different target or a different area. So we'll go into the demonstrations of
technically, wizards wouldn't have access to this, but Vasca would. So he would give you Bless, which is a bonus, a D4 to just about everything you do.
Okay.
So, starting with that, take another 5 shots at target.
Let me put it on normal.
Okay, and then give me 5 d4s, and then I'll just add each one to each thing. Okay, so your first shot's technically a 32, and then a 22, and then a 25, and then
Oh my gosh.
a 19 and a 26. Okay. So yeah, all of your shots would pretty much land, if not a bullseye, then kind of clustered in that center ring. With one shot going, not wide, but like going a little bit off to the side. Still pretty close. And then from there, somebody will also cast fire or flame arrows for you. So technically the next 12 shots, I believe it is. Yeah, the next 12 shots that you do would have bonus fire damage. Which doesn't necessarily do anything for your actual aim, but for damaging targets and everything, it's a bit to show off, you know, even hitting a wooden target for a tree, it's gonna possibly set on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Bless would fade for this point, but Quill, if you could cast Haste, not only showing off the speed advantage from that, but the added bonus action from it, or the, not necessarily bonus action, the added extra action you can do for it, I believe. You want to possibly throw the full description there, if you can?
Yeah, one sec. Where the fuck? There it is.
Okay. So yeah, with haste, if you're just straight dashing, you would go with feline agility and everything. I believe it's like, I mean, what do you got? Your base speed's doubled, and then feline agility would double it again. So you're looking at 120 base. Dashing, dash with the bonus action, dash with the hasted action. So you're looking at 480 feet.
Jesus Christ.
In a single turn.
He's just the Flash now.
What the fuck?
But that, yes, that is dashing with everything. So you would not quite blink to each spot, but you're getting pretty close to some people losing sight, or kind of it being a slight blur of you going from one spot to another. And then at the same time, because you are hasted, and they arguably believe that you'll be fine, somebody's gonna chuck a fireball at you.
Oh. Well.
So give me.
What the bullshit thing I got?
Yeah, evasion. Yeah. So give me a dexterity saving throw at advantage because of haste. Yeah, so you would not even necessarily have to dodge out of the way of it. Part of your dex save would be with how fast you're moving, just running away from the explosion before it even reaches you. In that, yes, effectively taking 0 damage.
Wow.
And then, as haste fades, yes, you get that one turn of kind of lethargy hitting you. So there's one turn where a couple seconds where you can't really do anything. It all just kind of catches up to you. So you're just kind of sitting there, like catching your breath and trying not to pass out from the exertion of everything kind of hitting you at once.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
And then from there, you will have somebody cast invisibility on you. Actually, Quill, if you could technically do that.
Sorry, what am I doing?
Invisibility.
Oh, sure.
Not greater, just regular.
I do have to be able to touch her for that.
Yeah, this is kind of her coming back between each thing.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, so yeah, giving her invisibility. You'll have one person end up casting Fairy Fire to show off, because I believe Fairy Fire, you don't lose the invisibility, you're just now sparkling.
Yeah,
I remember
it's
that. From Baldur's Gate.
Yep.
What the fuck is Fairy Fire?
I don't know if it's on the wizard spell list.
Dude, don't tell me wizards can't cast Fairy Fire.
I'm pretty sure they can't.
That's so annoying.
I hate to tell
I
this
was
to
not
you.
a wizard, so yeah.
Well,
Artificer
Vaska will
Bard
cast
Druid.
Fairy Fire.
That's tragic.
So yeah, Vaska will cast Fairy Fire on you to show off. You being invisible, but still being somewhat noticeable until you get to the tree line and it fades. Yes, it specifies you can't benefit from being invisible. It doesn't say you can't be invisible. Cool. Okay, so yeah, as you walk off to the tree line again, kind of this weird, somewhat spectral, sparkly form of your rough shape of your person. And then as you go from the tree line, give me a stealth check with advantage. And this would be at the point where you could probably sneak back into the crowd.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, taking the time to kind of slowly sneak back and around into the class. What do you do to break the invisibility?
Can she just do, like, can she talk, or does that... I don't...
Actually, I don't remember what breaks invisibility.
Casting.
She just, like, hit herself? Sorry.
Hey, can... I don't know. I don't think that would work. Because I think if you do damage to someone else, it can break it, I think.
It just says attacks or casts a spell.
If I cast invisibility on someone, am I able to see them, or are they also invisible for me too?
I mean, they would technically be invisible for you.
Well.
Yeah, it's the awkward thing of, like, you can concentrate on someone being visible, but now you don't know where they are.
Right.
You don't know if you need to keep concentrating or if you should break it, or...
Well, if I knew that we were gonna do this, is there some kind of signal that we could have worked out?
I mean, probably.
Because, like, if you could, like, whistle or something and he could just drop the spell.
I mean, you can also say anything, and Quill would know that you're there.
Right.
Yeah, she'll just probably say, "Oh, I wonder where she went." As she's sitting in the middle of them.
Okay, so then, yeah, imagine Quill, you would notice that and then drop the concentration on it. At which point, several students next to you would probably flinch horribly.
Oh.
I was thinking, like, gasp.
In that slight recoil of somebody appearing and not necessarily shouting, but saying something right next to them that they weren't expecting. So yeah, you'll see several of them kind of flinch back a bit. Several of them would gasp. And then the clapping with several of the younger students, kind of that sort of like fascinated look that kids give.
Mm. I'm guessing Raton probably has about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me an insight check.
Fuck.
Okay. Yeah, you wouldn't notice it.
Oh, come on!
That's deep. Oh no, that's tragic. Why would you do this?
Hey, for anyone else that's around, if you really want to give an insight check,
Yep,
you can.
Please.
Yep. Isla will tell you if she can notice. Right, insight's not.
Can also roll one for Vasca.
Isla noticed, maybe.
Oh, I rolled it to GM. Why is Vasca's thing set to GM? Fuck. I rolled a natural 20 for him.
You rolled it!
Nice.
My son.
What were you asking, Quill?
I was going to ask if you saw my roll, but it
Yes,
sounds like
the
it doesn't
20.
really matter.
Yeah, no, everyone except Meval noticed it, apparently.
Fuck!
What did we notice exactly?
Oh yeah, it could be bad, you know? Won't
So
mention that.
you would notice, as she kind of appears in the crowd, with everyone kind of knowing that Raton's there and half focusing on him a little bit, you would see him, like, start to kind of, not necessarily reach a hand out, but, like, raise his hand from his side. But he would only get his hand maybe, like, a couple inches into the air, before he kind of flinches with a headache.
No.
Am I able to tell if, like, glancing at her, if Analoth noticed that?
That's a good question.
I assume Quill's still standing with them.
Also, that would technically require another insight. Well,
I can do that. Might not be good because my insight's not good, but yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, you wouldn't notice that at all, even if she did.
Damn it.
Isla looks to see if Mival noticed, but I assume she can tell she didn't. Kind of.
Mival, kind of, because she was told not to, you know, focus in on him alone. She's fighting to look over, but, like...
Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's that she's kind of looking out the corner of her eye, but, like, not getting much.
Right.
Oh. I'm dying.
Trying to think what else there was to demonstrate. There's like one more big thing I want you to do. I'm trying to think if there's any other smaller things to demonstrate before.
She could do Shadow Step but once.
No,
Claws.
Actually, yeah. So given a kind of like awkward 5 minutes for them to set up, they'll have the class get a bit closer to the forest for this, to see it, because they're gonna have a mage kind of go into the sort of the thinner part of the forest. That way the view isn't like horribly obstructed. But they'll give him 5 minutes to prepare whatever spells he wants to. And then ask you to try and sneak up and essentially just like either poke him in the back or anything, just like physically touch him.
Alright.
So I'm partially trying to think of what spells he could set up. I know he can technically set up Alarm. So that would give him kind of a space around himself that the second you walk into it, you would notice. could technically... No, because that would just kind of obfuscate you touching him.
Can she... Could
cast see invisibility.
Could she use her shadow step in this, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I guess technically that is up to you, but yeah. So he'll cast alarm. He'll cast the invisibility. I won't have them do the kind of cheat of casting Leomund's tiny hut, because that is essentially cheating at that point. Yeah, so he'll do those two and then go invisible.
Oh no.
So you know he's within the space of his alarm.
And how far is the alarm? Like what space?
We double check. It's a 20-foot cube. So it's not that large of a space.
Okay.
It's partially the argument of, so you have to get close enough without him physically seeing you. Because see invisibility just lets you see invisible targets. It doesn't necessarily enhance his perception. So I would need a stealth check from you. Okay. Is his perception... I mean, theirs probably wouldn't be amazing. Would he be trained in perception? For this demonstration, we'll say yes. So, still not a great bonus, because he's not technically as high level as you guys. Okay. So yeah, you would be able to sneak within the distance that you need for Shadow Step. And he still hasn't noticed you, at least from what you can tell. Actually, you wouldn't be able to tell because you can't see him.
Can she, like, by any of the terrain, like footsteps, rustling of the leaves that are unnatural, like that are, or plant life, whatever, can she kind of gather where he might be?
Give me a perception check, I believe with disadvantage. Yes, with disadvantage.
Fuck.
question is, how shit is his stealth? Let me actually double check the rules on invisibility, because I always forget. I know invisibility helps your stealth, but I always forget if it enforces disadvantage on perception checks against you. Visible. Heavily obscured. That doesn't tell me shit. Hiding. Can we circle back to blinded? Yeah, so yeah, you would technically have disadvantage. Okay. Well, that's where that natural one hits. Okay, so yeah, you would have no idea where he is in that square.
Is there a way she could just, like, wait and see? Like, hold, like, actions, or... Or no, I just write it off that.
I mean, the longer you wait, the more... You're also giving him a chance to spot you.
Right.
So, that is kind of up to you.
I'll be right back.
But you could give it enough time where I'll allow you another perception check. But he would also get another one.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay.
So, another stealth?
No, just another perception.
Another perception, okay.
We'll keep both of yours in his stealth checks. Natural one.
Wow.
Are you kidding me? Wow, okay.
Man, you are just so distracted.
By what?
I mean, obviously you're a kid.
Yeah, true. damn it. I don't... How the fuck do I do this? Ah. So wait, this... He can't see me? Or... Like... If he sees
he hasn't
me...
spotted you yet.
Well...
If he sees you, he would probably chuck like a firebolt or something.
Alright.
Okay, here's a slightly dumb thing. Might look a little bit stupid, but technically if you shadow step in, and then feline agility and dash as an action, you could physically collide with him. Because the idea is you shadow step into one corner of what that square is that they kind of have marked out.
Yeah.
And then you just sprint all around that square.
That's what I was actually thinking, dude.
And I think because of feline agility and a dash, you could physically cover the entire space of that square.
Oh my god.
And just kind of like half dashing back and forth, just physically like collide with them.
Yeah, that might be the play. Let's go.
Okay, yeah. Because they would technically have to mark out where, in like what space he's staying in. Because otherwise they just have you guys play a game of like cat and mouse in the forest, but wizards aren't entirely meant to do that. Okay, so yeah, you would shadow step into the space, and then very rapidly, like, doing... oh, what the fuck is that?
Can I make a request when she does glide? She wants to, like, reach for his hands and, like, start, like, doing, like, a little waltz dance with him. Like, for the kids.
Okay,
Little tango.
Okay, so you would physically collide. I'm gonna have him do a dexterity saving throw. Okay, he at least stays on his feet when you collide. Actually, you do the same thing. Make a dex save.
Alright.
Okay, so you both stay on your feet. Make an athletics check to essentially grapple him, sort of. Okay. Now make a performance check.
This is where I'm gonna fuck up. Oh.
Okay.
I'm back.
Hello. Reval is dancing with a note.
Oh.
With a dude.
Oh. A dude.
A dude.
So what you missed is there is a wizard standing within a kind of 20-foot cube that he cast alarm in so that if she enters, he would technically know. And he is invisible somewhere in that cube. So she was going through the process of trying to stealthily get up to and spot him within that square. And then essentially shadow step in and like physically touch him. But she couldn't spot him, so she had to shadow step into the cube and then feline agility dash into every space in that cube until they physically collided.
Oh.
So she essentially she essentially just appeared into the space, and then again, I'm forgetting the exercise that a lot of sports teams do. They're essentially dashing back and forth like sideways.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I got the sword.
But she essentially did that all around the space until they physically collided, and then she grabbed him and started doing a tango.
Wow. Isla is shocked. What?
Oh
my goodness.
So yeah, what looks like you kind of appear, dash around, physically collide with something or somebody, grab a space in the air, because he's still invisible technically, and start doing a tango. And halfway through that, the invisibility will drop, and he'll just look very confused.
Good. Good.
Isla also looks very confused.
Good.
I'm gonna be honest, I think half the class would be very confused.
Isla looks over at Raton. Does he look confused?
Yes.
Cool.
Damn, they ain't laughing.
She looks back worried.
And then Anoloth will go into a partial lecture of the preparedness that you can kind of put together for casting different spells to attempt for any eventuality, but you can't account for everything. And then the very last demonstration that they want to do is using whatever buffs anyone can cast on you. Somebody is going to summon which one do I want to do? Okay, yeah, someone will summon a water elemental. Which Quill, do me a favor and make an Arcana check.
Alright, 1 second.
Okay, you would at least know some of it from talking to Trathos. First off, conjuring an elemental. It's a 5th level conjuration spell, so whoever's doing it is at least the equivalent of one of you. So, a fairly skilled mage. 2, the risks of conjuring certain higher level creatures, such as an elemental, is that when you lose concentration, they don't leave.
Right.
They just go rogue. So you summon them and then start controlling them, but if you lose concentration, you don't control them, but they don't get sent back. So, at least for the next hour, while the mage is concentrating, assuming no one, for whatever reason, accidentally breaks his concentration, he'll have control of the thing for an hour. And technically, at the end of the 1 hour duration, it does disappear. If he loses concentration before that hour is up, then you have a rogue elemental. Granted, there's like half a dozen high-level mages around, so it doesn't really matter.
I was gonna say, I'm sure one of the tower heads knows Spanish.
Right, yeah. Amongst everyone here, a water elemental is nothing. But it's the awkward thing of like...
That's in front of her kid.
Technically, there's some minute amount of risk. But yes, utilizing whatever buffs anyone can cast on you. So, Will, if you want to give her haste.
Yep. Is that the best option as far as like what I can do?
I think so, because it would give her an extra shot.
Probably. Gives you bonus to your AC as well.
Well, they're essentially trying to again have you one shot a higher level creature than a gargoyle.
Right.
So it would give her another attack.
Am I allowed to do anything that affects the elemental, or does it just have to be on Meatball specifically?
You could, I guess, technically do either.
Because if you were going to do any kind of elemental damage, I have Elemental Bane. I don't know if that would necessarily be better than Haste, but it's another option.
She does have fire arrows. But I think her base damage would be higher than what Elemental Bane offers. Because Elemental Bane's, what, an extra, like, 2d8 or something per source of fire? Or source of element? Forget the amount.
1 second. Disadvantage on saving throws against a specific damage type.
I know they take extra damage for that element, though.
An extra 2d6.
Okay.
And lose any resistance.
No, I think still technically haste would be more.
Okay. Haste it is then.
Okay, so you are hasted, so you have an extra shot. Every shot you do has an extra d6 of fire damage. Vasca will give you Bless, so your attacks have a d4 bonus. think that's everything they could do. Okay, so again, give me a stealth check. Cool. Give me an athletics. Perfect. And then give me, I guess, 2 shots? Because you would get 1 just naturally, and then haste would give you a second shot. These would be at advantage. And then give me 2d4s to hit to add to those. What is an elemental's AC? Oh, it's shit anyway, so yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed to hit. And then, okay. Now give me 2 instances of damage on your first shot, because it's an auto crit. 2 rolls of sneak attack, and then an extra 2d6.
One extra d6?
2d6.
2d6.
Okay, and then give me 2 more damage rolls for a bow, and then another 2d6. One more d6. And then, do you have anything you can do as a bonus action?
Claws. But,
No,
oh, well,
you're too
never,
far for
yes, she has the poison quill that she could, throw. Or a dagger.
I think a dagger would probably be better.
Okay.
Because it is a water elemental, so there's no point in wasting a poison quill on that.
Oh, yeah. So, dagger.
Did you ever get the returning dagger?
No, because I'm waiting on that.
Is that something... That's what, Kudon's working on, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that definitely hits. And then, yeah, give me 2 damage instances for dagger. Okay, now I gotta do the fun of adding all of this up. We have 11, plus just the dice for this one. So, 17, plus these 2, 39, 46, 53, another 11 for that, so 64, 73, 81, 88. Think if I did it right, it's 88 points of damage in one turn.
All right.
That's kind of wild.
Which puts you a little bit shy of one-shotting a water elemental. They're at 114.
Yeah, so we should bring these guys with us next time. Write that down. Write that down.
Well, half of this is stuff that Quill can do.
Oh, still write that down.
Quill!
I know you have a book. I know you have a book.
What am I writing down?
Whatever spells you did to make her do that much damage.
So it's a combination of your hasted, so you get the extra shot, your assassination feat giving you auto crits, the fire arrows, and then the damage from that being doubled because of the crit.
Is flame arrows concentration?
Yes.
Okay, so I couldn't do both at the same time, but...
No, but technically Jaffel could give her flame arrows.
Oh. The Jaff Quill combo.
Jeff Quill.
Jaff Quill. Friendship buddies. We all need like team up attacks now.
So you would do... What would it be at? It's 114. 34 minus 8 is... So it would be left at 26 health? Honestly, yeah.
We have to shoot it again.
If you got a little bit luckier on maybe some of your sneak attack or something, you could definitely one shot a water elemental.
That's insane.
If some of the rolls were slightly higher, because one of those sneak attack rolls had a bunch of low numbers. That 11 is a bunch of 1s and 2s. That's the thing, you guys are strong now. So shit you fought a while ago that was annoying to fight is now a joke.
You became strong.
A water elemental which beat the shit out of you guys and nearly drowned somebody is now something you could, as a team, probably kill like 2 or 3 of them in one round.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about Isla tensing up seeing one. But it's a pushover.
So yeah, you would see from the tree line, not necessarily seeing me fall, but you guys would see from the tree line 2 flaming arrows being fired, and then a dagger being thrown kind of behind those arrows. And you would see 2 giant holes being torn out of this water elemental as it loses a good chunk of its form. And then the dagger essentially carving another chunk off of it that splashes off to the side. It's still standing, but a good portion of its form is barely holding together. At which point, Mival, if you could take a couple more shots just to finish it off. So I think even if you hit one more shot with sneak attack and everything, it would kill it. Yeah, that being a crit, that'll definitely... it's dead. There's no way it's surviving another shot and a crit. Okay, so yeah, you go kind of at the final thing of this demonstration. Several arrows are shot to pierce a water elemental and essentially destroy it completely within a 10-second span. At which point Analoth will kind of go into a much longer lecture of this being both an ideal situation, but also there are many other things that they can do. Especially as a wizard, you have a lot of different capabilities. Like, yes, if you were an offensive wizard, it might not be as beneficial to haste a target. It might just be beneficial to do damage. You know, defensively, yes, you're not buffing your target so that they're doing more damage, but you are buffing them so that they don't have to be as concerned about not taking any damage, and they can be a bit more reckless in doing more damage and risking themselves while you keep them alive. But at this point, you can kind of tell that as far as the demonstration goes, the demonstration itself is kind of over, and that she's just going into a much longer lecture on sort of the different minor aspects that can affect what wizards do and what you should cast in different situations and what you can prepare for in the future so that you have different maneuverability around stuff. But it is kind of up to you guys whether you just stay here until she's done talking, because this portion of her lecture will end up going on for probably a good, like, half hour.
Meeval probably would, because she wants more time to kind of watch her kid.
Okay. So yeah, you guys kind of awkwardly wait around for another half hour or so. Man, the fun thing with this terrain, because you would probably see Mirren go off into the forest, and you see portions of the forest, like, constantly shifting in your view. It'll just kind of, like, warp a little bit and then look different in some areas, and then as she kind of, like, walks in further, another portion of it will warp and change how it looks. The issue with Mirage Arcane is you can't end it early. And it has a duration of 10 days.
Oh,
what?
So technically this forest will be here for 10 days.
It can't be dispelled?
It could be dispelled, but you can't willingly end the spell. Because it's not concentration. It just has a duration of 10 days. So, unless somebody wants to try and dispel a 7th level spell from a 15th level caster, it's going to be here a while. Plus, it doesn't really make too much of a difference, so I don't think anyone will really care about dispelling it. It's just, Murin gets to play around with a forest for 10 days.
Yeah.
She can
I feel
change
like
it
around
however she wants.
this area, that's probably like a pretty common thing. It's like, oh yeah, part of the courtyard got turned into, lava. Just to avoid
That's
walking
why
through
they
that.
have this massive space behind the illusionary tower.
Yeah.
It's partially because they can use it for large demonstrations like this. Partially because a lot of illusion wizards can just use the area to do whatever the fuck they want as a playground.
Just and shooting it and just kills it.
Also, technically, she can alter this however she wants. Because, right, Malleable Illusions just specifies, like, you can change it as an action, but it has to be within the parameters of the spell.
Mm-hmm.
And the parameters of this spell are very wide open. It does not specify what you can and can't have. So she could essentially just, with a snap of her fingers, change this from a forest into a volcano, into a swamp, into a deep ocean, into... She can do whatever the fuck she wants for 10 days in this space. So, boy, if you give an illusion wizard even just a bit of prep time for an area, you can fuck with a lot of stuff.
Interesting.
Because you can also add and remove structures at will. So, like, Quill, if this were your spell, you could technically throw up a wall in front of somebody as an action. And then next turn, take that wall down for them to do something. Or throw somebody in a cage for a turn. And then they're stuck in that cage until you decide to remove it.
And pairing that with the, I believe it's the last illusion thing you get, where you can turn parts of it real.
Well, that's the thing with Mirage Arcane, is it's already real.
That's true.
It looks, sounds, smells, and feels like anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you have True Sight and can pierce the illusion, you still physically interact with the illusion. You can just tell that it's not real, even though it still can hurt you.
Right.
Granted, I did go a little bit lenient in what she can do with it. It does specify the terrain's general shape remains the same. So you can't make a cliffside, but you can make a bunch of trees that look like they're in a forest. You know, you can't open a giant hole in the middle of this.
I believe that's a different spell.
Yeah, I think that is actually an entirely different spell. And just think, you can take this spell at level 13. But yeah, so you guys will kind of sit there awkwardly for the next half hour. kind of not even really half paying attention to what Aloth is talking about.
Quill is fully paying attention.
Well, of course you would, yeah.
Yeah, Alex also staring at the kids.
After a good while, though, the class will kind of start heading back to the towers. Kind of giving that, like, the teacher told the class to say thank you to whoever's doing it, so you get that general, like, some people enthusiastically saying it, some people just being like, alright, thanks.
Which one is Raton?
Do I have to point out that he can't?
Well, I mean, does he say any... Like, not say,
he
but...
can't say anything.
Not say, but, like, does he, like... sign anything? I don't know!
He'll be awkwardly wide-eyed the entire time.
The kid can still, like, react.
Yeah, no, that's it, like, he's... A good chunk of the demonstration is him either being... like, impressed, and that the way kids will kind of stare in awe at stuff. But a good portion of it is, like, yes, him staring probably way more than you would expect from a kid. And he will, as everyone's leaving, like, still wave and everything. He just, he can't enthusiastically say anything.
Mama. Mama.
Technically, you think about the way that's said. Do you need a tongue to say that?
Mama. It'd be one of the easier things to say. I feel like it still wouldn't be enunciated clearly. Because my tongue is still touching my mouth with the sound. Like the tip, the roof.
Mine doesn't, but... No.
I guess I can put, like, the back in the back of my throat, not, like, the front. I can put it down.
Because I feel like if you try, you can still say it with, like, make an M sound without the tongue.
He could mouth it, though, if nothing else.
I guess technically, but he wouldn't know to say that.
No, he wouldn't.
So sad.
Unless you do the weird duckling that goes, "Are you my mama?" But yeah, no.
Man, I loved that book as a kid. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking
I
of
also
Lilo and Stitch,
wanted
but that book.
a fucking massive construction equipment to be my parent.
What?
But that was the scariest one. What do you mean? You
But
are
think of
not
how well
my
they could
mama.
protect you.
You're making me think of the Wire Mother. And like,
The
yeah,
one...
it could protect you, but you can't cuddle it.
Yeah.
The ones in...
I think you could cuddle a bucket
ZZZ.
truck if you tried hard enough.
You could, but... Oh no, some of those are ethereal, Sparksy.
Yeah. Meatball tries hard not to cry, but probably ends up crying when he goes.
Yeah.
Leaves just like that. They don't do anything else. No.
No, that's part of the agreement for it.
But they could do more testing. More.
After the class starts to walk away, and I'll also come over again and go, okay, so that went very good.
Amazing. I was bouncing.
Yeah, no, that went very well. I guess for the other part of everything, I would say come back in a couple hours. Partially so we can kind of see how he's doing and see if anything happened throughout that. And then, coming back later in the day, and then we can get everything set up for trying to heal him.
Well, I didn't see anything happening to him.
I mean, he was looking at you. He was looking at you a lot.
Well,
like, I think he was excited. He liked it.
That's good.
She like looks sideways at Quill. See if she should say anything else.
Quill will kind of meet her side eye, but sort of also just not really say anything.
We're both just like,
Y'all are gonna kill him.
No.
Quill might hang back if he can to try to get Analoth like alone and maybe talk to her about it. I don't want to like tell Meeval that he reached for her and then fucking recoiled in pain, but
yeah, see,
I feel like that's
Isla
kind of important.
Isla doesn't want to say he reached for you and then omit the second part. She also wants to say that really badly.
Fuck, man. That's so unfair.
You soon make it without it. Gotta nurture it. Nurture it.
Okay, I mean, yeah, Analoth would probably be walking kind of in that same direction that you guys are, at least until you guys get back past the tower. Then I feel like she would split off. So, yeah, if you wanted to like awkwardly kind of slow down a little bit.
Yeah, before she splits off, Quill will kind of match pace with her and ask if he could have a word. Sort of like doing the nod off to the side and the alone kind of implication.
Like, and those are some really cool tricks. Like that water elemental. Like she sees what Quill's doing. Like that's the most I've ever seen. Like it was just like pachow, pachow, and then like you went to the side, and then I didn't know you could dance either. Like that was all really cool. We gotta get you dancing at the next tavern.
Everything that I've learned is from Vasca. Was hoping the kids would laugh, but I guess they didn't.
I think they were too impressed.
I mean, some of them did.
Yeah. Oh, that went really well.
Quill, you and Analoth will kind of not necessarily walk off, but slow down a little bit so that you guys kind of trail behind.
They will ask her if she noticed.
Yeah, it's kind of why we're giving it a couple hours to see if everything's all right.
Right. Well, as long as you're aware, I suppose. It's rather strange.
Yeah. That's why it's been awkward to try and delve into it and fix what we can.
Has that happened before?
Yes, but it's been better as we've gone. There was at one point we tried to show him an illusion of the two of them, both Mival and Vasca, and even just the illusion at first was a bit too much.
Quill's just kind of gonna look disturbed, but not really have anything to say to that.
But yes, that was actually fairly early into everything. Since then, we've been trying to work with him and do what we can, but like I've mentioned before, we aren't really many, if any, wizards that are specialized in recovery of particularly the mind. I mean, some definitely deal with inflicting issues with others and defending the mind, but restoration necessarily hasn't been any wizard's strong suit. In fact, the only wizard I'm even particularly aware of that has tried to dabble in restoration would have been Iraf. And even he, I know, hasn't really gotten much of anywhere with it. So it has definitely been a process with some of us. Although, hopefully, with at least some of the regeneration and restoration that will happen tonight. I mean, yes, it's going to be mostly focused on restoring his tongue and everything, but assuming that goes fine, and there's no adverse reactions to some of the restoration magic not necessarily being focused on his physicality and more on his mind, then maybe we can delve into some of the restoration then being focused on his mind and see how that works. But even some of what we've done, we've run into kind of awkward pitfalls in some of the areas. But yes, we'll see how everything goes in a couple hours, and then hopefully everything should be alright for tonight.
All right. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, you know.
I mean, nothing that comes off the top of my head, but it certainly wouldn't hurt to have you there.
Of course, right?
From that, she'll just kind of like wave off and then split off and head into the tower as you guys kind of walk away. Like I said, you guys have a couple hours before you're kind of needed back here. So
Meval's just gonna head back and fucking sleep.
Mood.
keep forgetting V is here, but also busy, so she's not really saying anything.
Was she there watching everything happen?
Yeah, she would have been there for the entire thing.
Okay, good.
Assuming she didn't have anything else she wanted to do, but...
I see.
Okay, so you guys awkwardly rest and go through the anxiety of anticipating what will happen tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Before it starts to get a little bit later in the day. And presumably kind of close to when you guys should head over there. Again, she never really specified. Just said in a couple hours. But unless there's anything specific, I'll assume you guys head over there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough time for any training or anything, right?
We don't grab Donk or anything, do we?
No, Donk would be... He would be probably working on his actual project, the fucking cold steel stuff. He would be working on that as you guys are doing this.
Can't go over and tell him how it went.
I mean, you could kind of stop by and tell him how the class went, but
yeah, that's what Ada kind of wants to do.
You're gonna interrupt.
Oh.
Well, no, she would be stopping kind of... This would be during the day a little bit, so she would be stopping by before you and Winalin have, like, closed up for the night. and then you worked on the Cold Steel stuff after when Aileen closed up.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to go bring them like dinner or something, Isla? I'll come with you.
That's an idea. Wait, for Donk or for Raton?
Yeah.
What? Donk. Okay. Yeah. She still has the saffron. I guess she uses a little of that. Make something meaty. Makes a big sandwich. With what, like sloppy joes? I forget what that meat is.
Ground beef.
That's it. Yeah, sloppy joe sandwich. I want to make sloppy joes again. They're so good.
Sounds good.
I know how you boys like them extra sloppy.
Oh.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, I like it.
You're right, though.
Sandler possessed me for a moment.
So what is that from?
Yeah, that
Billy
sounds
Madison. The weird fucking lunch lady.
What is it from? Sorry?
Billy Madison. Did you catch me that time? I don't know if you did.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why my head went to Atlantis, but it did.
I mean, she makes some sort of schlop, but the one that I'm referencing was, yeah. She like slamming it on the plate. Is like, ha, I know how you boys like them extra sloppy for you, and keeps slapping on the plate.
Yeah.
I have no idea who Billy Madison is or what that is.
It's Adam Sandler. What do you mean?
I remember seeing Click, and that other vacation.
Click.
Yeah.
Click is the one that you know.
Oh, and 51st
Click is
Dates.
fine. Click actually freaked me out. I gotta admit, Click was
I
a
didn't
weird,
like
to me like a dark comedy because like I was like going into it like funny, and then it wasn't funny.
And it got sad.
It got real sad real quick. Yeah, way too quick.
It's fucking depressing.
Really depressing. Yeah. And one that I recommend, just because it's a fucked movie, like it's just weird as fuck. If no one's seen it, is Punch Drunk Love. Because it's like one of the only Adam Sandler movies where he is playing a serious role, and it's so fucking weird. It's so weird to see.
I've heard that he did do serious roles for a little bit. Like he can do it. He just
I know I know of two. I know of Punch Drunk Love, and I know of what's the more recent one where he's like a gambler, little weasel man.
No idea.
Come on. It has it has The Weeknd in it for some reason.
Brand recognition.
Right. No, like I said, it's like actually a part of the movie, which is weird.
Why would you do that, Quill?
I just wanted to share my carrots with them.
Uncut Gems was what I was talking about. But yeah, Punch Drunk Love, Reign Over Me, the Mayowitz stories, Uncut Gems, and The Hustle are considered his more dramatic roles. But yeah, so not many. Not many.
The Hustle wasn't bad.
I haven't seen it. I will have to give it a look.
Alright.
I think I've seen most of the other ones, though. I think.
Like his whole discography or whatever you call it.
There's some that I will never watch again because I think they're so fucking ass.
Yeah.
That's My Boy is one of them. I fucking hate that movie. I think it's one of the worst movies to ever come out. So shit. You never need a cum-looking scene on a wedding dress. Sorry.
What?
You just
What?
don't need that. You just don't.
We're just gonna
Also,
keep moving.
Yeah, also there's like a weird Adam Sandler bulge part. Not great. Not great.
You think it uses real bulge?
No. I think it was.
There's no way. It's a prosthetic. Yeah.
No. It was like very blown up doll looking one, you know what I mean? Like just ridiculous.
Yeah. No,
Kinda
imagine
like
being like a prop guy. You've gotta make a fake bulge for Adam Sandler. Wild.
Adam Sandler's fake bulge. That's the thing. There is one movie that I feel like does that joke in a way that I find it funny. Is Dodgeball, where the guy's always wearing those fucking like gym pants and he keeps blowing up the crotch area to make him like that's funny. But the Adam Sandler one wasn't funny, it was just gross. I think it was in a hot tub. Ugh. Disgusting.
I feel that way about a lot of Adam Sandler stuff.
Oh, most of it is. I got a soft spot for some of it, but oh my god.
Do y'all know about Willem Dafoe?
Oh no, I think I
don't start it like that. What do you mean?
Okay, so
like
like
who has the huge,
okay,
Oh, the wiener.
yeah, the
Yeah,
wiener, yeah, he needed a body double for it.
It was too distracting for the actors.
That's fucking donkey dick. Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't want to think about William Dafoe like that.
Listening to Short King.
I'm something of a horse myself.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I shouldn't. I saw the beam in my head, like crystal clear. How would you do this to me?
Anyway, so Isla and Quill are bringing food to Donk.
Yeah.
Sloppy Joes.
Sloppy Joes.
Alright, just for also reference, I'm not gonna keep on with the Adam Sandler rant, but that's the scene I was. I'm not insane. I promise you.
No, I oh boy.
Alright, slightly important question.
Uh-oh.
Does Isla make enough for Winalin?
Yeah. She'd make like a ton of burger because she knows Donk's hungry.
Okay.
Hamburger.
Hamburger.
But, you know. Oh my goodness. Okay then.
Okay, I feel like as you drop them off, Winalin would probably start to say something about eating on the job, and then realizing that you have enough for him as well. Partially just say fuck it and they're closing for like 20 minutes to eat.
DM, I do need to know. Did he ever get the breakfast sandwich?
We get there, it's still just on the counter.
Imagine. That'd be so
You dropped it off, but he like didn't come out from the forge.
No.
They wrote for Donk on it.
I didn't eat it. You have no proof.
Just do locate
he
breakfast
would've
sandwich to
gotten
find it.
Good. All right. Right. Good. All right. 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 All
So you brought us sloppy joes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Working hard.
Messy. Just covered in like.
Oh, Isla brought napkins.
Coal dust and dirt. Yeah, alright. Looks good.
Quill cleans you both off with prestidigitation real quick.
Oh yeah, never mind. I forgot we have a wizard.
Oh.
Isla is very confused about all the different things wizards can do after that demonstration.
Amazing.
Well,
Oh yeah, so how'd it go?
I think it went well. She like explains. She just doesn't mention the start, but that Raton seemed really interested.
Aww.
Gonna heal him tonight.
Wait, what? Tonight?
I think so.
Holy. How does Mival feel about that?
Seems, well, she's a little pessimistic, but I think she's happy to see him.
That's good. Well, I hope it goes well. We have some things we're working on here, but I'm sure once everyone's done, we'll meet up at the tavern, drink, and
Celebrate.
Celebrate. Yeah, great. Great idea. All right, well, I won't keep you, just in case. They need your help.
Oh, I don't think so. They can do a lot of stuff there. But we'll see. All right. See you later, alligator.
Bye.
Okay, so you guys head
Sloppy
off.
Joes.
Oh.
Yum.
Alright, you guys head off and then kind of just wait the rest of the time before heading off to the tower. So as you get to the tower, no one really specified where you're going or what you're doing. So I don't know how you guys go about.
Before we actually leave the keg, I assume, wherever we were, Quill will sending Anoloth asking, I guess, both time and place.
Okay, so then yeah, you would probably get a more specific response of meeting in front of the Elysian Tower in like half an hour.
Alright. Quill relays that.
Then you guys would head off for that specifically. At which point, then yes, Anoloth would meet you out front.
What does Arcane Recovery give me again? Is it half of my...
Half of your level, yeah.
Half my level, okay. Are we level 11?
No, you're 10.
Okay.
Either way, I think it's half your level rounded down, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say either way, it doesn't matter.
Oh, actually, it kind of matters. Arcane recovers rounded up. I always forget it's one of the few things rounded up.
Does that mean I should be getting 6 levels?
No, because
or no, we're still level 10.
Yeah.
Right.
But once you hit
that's
11,
good
yeah, I would go to 6.
Cool.
I guess that makes sense, because if you were level 1, technically you couldn't recover. I mean, you would. If it was rounded down, you would recover 0, which wouldn't make sense. Anyway, yeah, you guys meet Analoth in front of the Illusion Tower. And as you approach, she goes, "Alright, so bit of a slight warning in that to help kind of facilitate everything and to ensure less things go wrong, we do have him asleep. That way it'll hopefully aid in his recovery, along with not necessarily stressing anything in the process."
He has to be asleep. I guess it's.
I mean, if it's going to be painful, that
I was gonna say it's probably for the best.
Mm-hmm.
But she'll lead you into a room that is what looks like mostly a sort of recovery style room, like in a hospital. But you would see him kind of just laying in the middle of the bed with one other mage off to the side.
What did you tell him was going to happen when he went to sleep?
I just specified that we might have a way of giving him the ability to speak again, if he so chooses.
Did he?
Didn't really go into much detail, but
I'm assuming he said yes.
Yes. We just didn't specify how that was happening. Because, I mean, there are technically a couple different ways to go about it, a couple of which aren't necessarily... I mean, they are safe, but it's not necessarily the greatest to do when you're young, as it might stress the body itself. But if he were to never find another way to recover his tongue, technically in the future when he grew up, he could get a sort of, fake prosthetic tongue installed. But I feel like at that point, he would be old enough that he would have found several other ways of communicating, so... It's hard when they're this young to try and do anything that would not necessarily fix everything, but to do anything that would alleviate some of the issues. Which is why hopefully, like you said, this, while it is stressful on the body and everything, it is mostly just a tongue being recovered and not necessarily an entire arm and tail. So it shouldn't be as bad.
She grips Vasca's arm.
And while this is going on, I assume you have procured some powdered diamond for Jaffel to use?
Yes.
Alright. So, Jaffel, if you will, as sort of the regeneration is going on, if you could perform a greater form of restoration, and then try and, if you can, focus that on the recovery of sort of the exhaustion and stress that would be put on the body.
Absolutely. Did you want me to do greater restoration though?
Wait until after it starts, and we can hopefully see as his tongue recovers and the stress kind of hits the body. Hopefully that'll help alleviate some of it. But I guess we can get started whenever you're ready with whatever it is.
Can I touch him?
Yes, that's actually fine. Try not to jostle him too much. What?
She kind of lets out a sigh of relief and then just kind of goes to his side and does that thing where she just pats his head and her eyes are just locked onto him.
Alright, well, whenever you're good, go ahead and start everything.
You ready, Jaffel?
Yep. I am ready to go.
Move all if you would.
Wait, what do I do?
You have the regeneration stuff, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna go well.
So, yeah, she'll administer it.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of have to awkwardly open his mouth because it is technically something you would drink. And as you open his mouth, you do see there's no tongue, nothing.
Wow.
She's
Yep.
She takes psychic damage.
As you pour some of it down his throat, and kind of awkwardly weigh it. there's a slight glow to him. And from your vantage point, assuming his mouth is still open, you can almost visually see sort of the tongue start to form in the back of his mouth as it, like, almost in a slightly creepy sense, start to kind of reshape and reform. You would start to feel him shaking in your arms. At which point Enoth will go, Jaffel, if you would.
Yes.
Alright, so starting with the first casting of Greater Restoration. As you're casting Greater Restoration, there is a slight... It's hard to tell with the restorative magic, but there is a slight notice for you that there are several different aspects that Greater Restoration could affect in his body. There is the exhaustion that is building due to the regeneration. But there is also several aspects in his head that it could affect. And so it is partially up to you on how you guide it.
What did she say before that I should be focusing on? It was on
the exhaustion and the stress that builds up from the regeneration.
Okay. Well, I will do that then.
Okay. I'll say, give me just a general wisdom check.
Wait, say again?
Give me just a wisdom check.
Okay.
Just straight wisdom. Okay. Do a D100 to see. Okay, yeah, it's definitely in your favor. So yeah, the first casting of it, you are able to kind of guide more towards the exhaustion factor and help alleviate some of that. At which point, Mival, you would notice a lot of the shaking and almost seizure-like movements do calm a bit. But it is only a somewhat temporary countermeasure as it starts to build up again. At which point, Jaffel, if you'll do it a second time.
Will do. I'm assuming, I mean, it's the same each time, save, right? So I should just mount. But
yeah,
need a wisdom again, I assume?
Yeah, the wisdom.
I'm on wisdom. Better.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Alright, so again, the second casting kind of helped alleviating that symptom of near violent shaking. Essentially what will happen is that will give him, instead of having full exhaustion and technically nearly dying from it, he'll only have 3 points of exhaustion after this.
Pardon? You're just gonna slip that one in there, DM?
Well, so it would technically put him at 5 points, which is not quite death.
Not quite.
It's just if he were to technically get a 6th point of exhaustion, then yes, technically he dies. But he would go from 5 points to 3 after this. So the recovery of it and everything is a lot faster, and it's not as stressful on him. At least it wouldn't be as stressful. But as the regeneration is taking place, you see Mival while you're kind of there next to him. As the seizures and everything start to subside a little bit from Jaffel casting the restorations, something else starts happening, in that there's blood slowly running from his eyes and his nose and a little bit down the ears. And as both Aneloth and the other wizard start to sort of half panic, you'll see Aneloth kind of rush up and start casting I think technically 2 different detections. She'll kind of half start freaking out and go, okay, this is kind of what we were concerned on. The regeneration has started to do more than just the tongue. That it's affecting his mind a little bit. You'll see her start to cast a spell on Raton. This one kind of actually taking hold and around his head, it starts to glow a little before it subsides. And then you'll see her recast the detections before pointing out, okay, so she'll turn to the other wizard. What do you think in this condition? And he'll kind of look a little bit wide-eyed and go, I think the best option is to go in again. And Aneloth will kind of turn back to me. But you know what happened last time. You've been there. And he'll respond, but what else can we do? We're not. This isn't what we do. This isn't. Technically, Jaffel would have more luck with restoration, but this isn't something we can plan for. And then Aneloth will kind of look slightly panicked and think to herself. And then she'll go, all right, I mean, that if that's... Yeah, I think that's... I mean, it'll take you a little bit. Get started. And the wizard will kind of sit down behind the bed that Raton is in. And he'll just kind of sit in a sort of meditative pose and start casting something. Quill, you would instantly recognize this as he's starting to cast Dream.
This is good, right?
And as he's starting to cast Dream, Analoth will start to explain. Not really. I mean, as you can see, and looking at Raton, you see more blood coming out of his eyes and nose.
Right, the blood.
It's putting way too much stress on everything, and I was afraid the regeneration would kind of try and affect what has happened in his brain. The only thing that we can necessarily do is I tried to give him some sort of fortification and reinforcement with his mind, but there's already so much damage that was done that there's not a ton we can do. We have only done this part once before, in that we'll have somebody dive into his dreamscape and help kind of try and alleviate some of what is happening in his mind from within. It's not necessarily the best way of doing any of this, but like I've explained before, we're not trained in restorative magic. This isn't what anyone here is known for.
Meval starts. She's been on the brink of a fucking panic attack.
I can't remember. Is Greater Restoration concentration? Yeah,
It's not, but it requires the diamond dust.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But well, Jaffel's not gonna be freaking out, but she's gonna be like thinking she's done something ultimately wrong. So she's not in good spot. She'll. What can we do?
At this point, I don't know. Healing might help, or at least some of the physical damage.
Yeah, I'm healing. I'm gonna cast a healing spirit.
Okay. Yeah, as that appears and kind of sits there and tries to continuously heal Raton.
I don't mind if it's over some time, but that's what it would be, I think.
Yeah. You would see the blood flow itself has lessened from that. But it's every bit of healing that he takes, or that he is given, will kind of lessen the impact. But then if there's no healing past that, it'll kind of start again.
Isla?
Huh?
If you see him bleeding, you lay on hands, okay? When you see him bleeding, lay on hands.
She puts her hands up and that covers over him.
I don't know if they'll go. I mean, past this, unless you know anyone that is trained and normally deals with the mind or any kind of dreamscape or anything like that, I don't know.
Well, Jaffel's a dream druid.
Oh god, I don't like that title all of a sudden. I can go into my own dreams, but I've never even gone into someone else's. I don't even know dream.
I could send you in, theoretically.
I could try.
I think that's a good idea.
How's it work, Quill?
Technically, we could send multiple in. I just don't know I don't know if more people would be beneficial or more people would be a hindrance.
Quill, how's it work?
I cast Dream on you and send you in as a messenger.
Alright, let's stay close to Raton.
Yeah, she's like.
Paneloff, you said you've done this. You've had to do this before.
We've had a few enter his dreamscape before as an attempt to kind of help something from within, like I've said. We've only done it twice, and both times the messenger we've sent has come out in not too great of a condition.
Like physically?
Well, technically no. Anything that can happen in the dreamscape is more of a mental affliction than anything. But the last time somebody went in, they were there for the full duration, but when they came back, they essentially took a large amount of psychic damage. In a slightly lessened situation, started bleeding from the nose a bit. Slight, maybe hemorrhages. They lived, but it was kind of deemed risky to send anyone in at that point. So we've done what we can from the outside, and we've tried to help reinforce any of his capabilities for defending himself. But this is partially why it's been a very slow process of trying to figure out what we can do and what works, what doesn't, and what kind of is a bad idea.
Quill.
Jaffel.
Yes.
Again.
I don't.
No, Val, no. Thanks. Let me in.
I don't want you hurt.
Look at him, Val. No more questions. Quill,
like
now.
I said, technically, it's just the argument of it's hard to tell where you would enter in the dreamscape, what would happen. It's all uncertain.
I do not care.
I don't want to send you.
I don't care. Quill, please.
Quill gives a determined nod.
Got this.
Dream takes a bit to cast, right?
It's a full minute, I believe.
Okay. So, who are we sending in?
Can you send more than one person at once? That's out of character. Just curious.
No, but technically,
theoretically, I could send 2 people.
Right. So technically, with Dream, it's not concentration or anything. It would just take him a minute to cast. So he could send somebody and then take another minute to send a second person. That being said, Analoth could also cast Dream to send somebody. The entire time you guys have been discussing this, the one wizard that was in the room with you guys has finished casting
He's
Dream.
already in there.
Yeah, he sent himself.
He's my kid. Let me go with you.
What if there's something specifically made to prevent you from doing anything, though? I mean, if this was Logan's doing, do you think you could be a target?
You need to be physically here. You've never done anything like this before, Val.
The other argument is, if she goes in and she is partially the target for it, it could force some of it onto her and not him.
Why'd you have to go and say that? Sorry, I was out of character.
I want to... If that's the case, then I would like that to be on me.
There's only so much that any of this can... There's only so much stress that can come from this, so... If some of it is targeted at others, then... Theoretically, it would lessen the impact on him, hopefully.
I feel like someone should be with the physical body at least, but I mean,
I could stay here.
There's Vasca.
Right, if between Isla, hopefully slowly and continuously restoring Raton's body, so I mean, technically, yes, we could send the two of them and then cast Dream again and send ourselves, but we could also just wait out here.
if it's potentially dangerous in there, I imagine having more would be beneficial.
Not for a fragile mind.
That is the other concern, is sending too many into one scape might be too much, especially for someone so young. I mean, with everything already going on, we have to be extremely careful on what stress we add and what we can do to alleviate any of it. I've already cast Intellect Fortress to try and help reinforce him, but that doesn't help. That doesn't help anything that's already inside. It's meant mostly for anything from any sort of outer influence affecting you.
Val.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah, what's up?
Is the dreamscape considered an alternate plane of existence?
Sort of. It's one of those things that, like, technically doesn't exist, but does in someone's mind. It's not technically a plane of existence.
I guess I would be using my other 5th level spell slot anyway, though, so never mind.
But and I'll also point out, I think the best option here is just to send the two of them, and then have the rest of us out here to help in any way. Like I said, Isla can slowly restore him.
Isla, if you run out of any, of your healing, take these, and she'll give her 2 basic healing potions and 1 greater healing potion or dragon potion. Just if you can't heal him anymore, just delve into these.
Okay.
I have a couple as well we could use.
Use mine first.
I might have some as well. I don't have it.
All right. Well, if you're going, we should get started.
Let's go.
All right.
So Analoth will kind of sit next to you, Meval, and start casting Dream.
So it's Meval and Jaffel going in?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've all reached for Jaffel's hand.
Jaffel will squeeze her hand. With determination.
This fills you with determination.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Quill, you and Analoth will go through the minute of casting Dream. I believe it's a minute. Anyway, as you finish, Jaffel, Meval, your consciousness is shunted into a separate pocket. As you kind of go through the process of entering Raton's dream, there's almost like a sort of exhaustion that hits you, as part of the dream spell is putting you to sleep to then transfer the consciousness. And as you kind of end up falling asleep from it and then waking up in a different space, you look around and you take in an almost horribly twisted nightmare realm. There are spires of some kind of gnarled material that is twisting in different ways around itself that just kind of climb off into the sky. There are half-ruined buildings that are constantly crumbling and slowly reforming before crumbling again. There are these, like, almost twisted, deformed, like, shadow creatures that are, some you see crawling throughout this place, some gambling. You see a couple fly by. Some of the terrain here is twisted in a sense that it'll rise up and then kind of, in a half cliff, half cave-like function, fold in on itself to create almost like an overhang before it kind of flows back down into a flat plane. Some of it looks kind of twisted in a sense of, I guess, the world from Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh.
Sort of that terrain of a lot of things being twisted around themselves, and gnarled trees and vines kind of. And as you take in some of this dreamscape, a couple things immediately pop out to you. Some of these twisted shadow creatures bear certain resemblances. some of them have a almost deformed, nightmarish version of Lodin's face. Some of the crawling ones have a sort of silhouetted version that is twisted and unnatural of Mival's form. Some of the shambling ones would have a vague semblance of Vaska's face. Off to one side, you would see sort of a almost glowing structure that almost doesn't belong to this dreamscape. It looks a very sort of pristine blue with smooth stone. Almost like a small kind of castle or fortress, if you will. But it's off into the distance, sort of off and to your right, on what looks like the other side of this dreamscape. And as you notice a lot of the shadow forms that are walking through this kind of ruined townscape, down some of the kind of destroyed roads and everything, they're all, for the most part, headed in that same direction, towards that pristine fortress off into the distance. Jaffel, you would notice one thing that you at least recognize, and that when you enter this dreamscape, there is a small treant form next
My
to
little
you.
baby!
Aww.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if he was there. Oh. Jeff will take all that in. And she'll just sort of as looking around this whole fucking messed up place. Just sort of say, wow. This is impressive and despicable. And then she'll look at Val and see how she's doing.
She can't even form a coherent sentence. She is taking in everything.
Yeah.
Shuddering at Lodin's the distorted things of Lodin's face, and even at Vaska's, how could you be so evil?
It's no use wondering how or why. Sometimes people just are. And hey, all these creatures, they're tricks. Just tricks. Okay? From what I can tell, that castle in the distance seems like where we're supposed to be leading to. But if you can handle it, you should try and take a look around here before we go, see if there's anything we've missed. Okay?
Okay.
Deep breaths.
She takes very shaky breaths.
Yeah, which is fair. Jaffel will sort of like, not a mean side eye, but just sort of meet her on the side eye and also say, this is Twix.
I don't think she would have, like, seen.
Yeah, no, but I know, but, like, does that, her saying this is Twix, what is her reaction?
Pretty much, she will, like, look around, and then her eyes will scan over the, little tree and go, oh, he's not from here.
He's not from here.
Give you a very twig-like wave.
Oh.
Well, he's very cute.
He's here to help. And it's just more evidence that this is all just tricks. So, would I usually be doing an perception, investigation, insight? What would I do here to just, yeah. I guess I'm not sure what I'm looking for. You said when you were describing everything that everything seems to be twisting and leading toward the castle, right?
Yeah.
Could I maybe, I don't know if it'd be a perception or like whatever check to see, do any of the creatures seem like they're going to actually physically attack us? Like, should we have our guard up? Like, can I gauge anything like that, or are they just scurrying around like weirdos?
Make a perception check.
Yep.
Can I also?
Sure.
Damn. I'm looking at Twix. I'm giving him a pet. Jesus. He's waving his arms. I'm like, that's so fucking cute.
Mivala, you would notice probably a couple things. First, from where you are, you have at least a slight vantage point because you're on one of those sort of awkward hill, cliffside type things. You guys came in, luckily, a bit of a distance from any of these creatures. So from what you can tell, none of them have even spotted you yet. So it's unsure how they'll react. One of the other things you would notice is a good 600 feet or so, kind of in front of you guys, headed off in the direction of the fortress, would be the same wizard that was there in the room with you guys. Except he's kind of set up a slight perimeter of what looks like a wall of stone around himself, with some of these creatures half trying to like climb over it, and one or two of the flying ones kind of like diving down at him as he's trying to throw around some cantrips or low-level spells. So you would see a firebolt kind of being tossed out every so often.
Question. Do I have, like, my bow, or... I doubt it, but...
I was gonna ask, can I cast spells in here? Like, he's casting spells. I'm not seeing it because I'm fucking dumb, but like...
Well, she'll tell you to.
Okay. Like, can I cast stuff? In general.
So...
He's a wizard, so that might be different, but...
You would first look down at yourself. You have the clothes and the armor and stuff on you, your weapons aren't there.
So I'd only be able to cast what I can have ready, not what's like not from the staff or anything.
Right.
Basically. Okay.
And as far as for you, Jeffel, you've never tried casting anything, as far as I'm aware.
But with Val like telling me that this guy's fucking casting spells.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Problem is, I really wanted to pass without a trace, and I don't have it ready because I've never needed it before. Because that's from my stuff as well. So.
Jeffel, give me an insight check.
Okay, I will. If you insist.
Okay.
Hey yo, that's a better roll.
At least with your own dreamscape,
mm-hmm.
you've been able to partially create whatever you wanted in that space.
Could I dream up my stuff real quick?
Let me try and think of one check. I cannot think of what.
I feel like it'd have to be a intelligence base, right? But I don't. Or maybe wisdom.
I was gonna say, I'm trying to think if either any of the intelligence or wisdom-based skills would.
Like. Yeah, it's kind of weird, eh? It's just thinking real hard. Like.
I would say because of what you're trying to recreate.
That'd be Arcana.
It would be Arcana. However, because it is.
Could you argue history though? If she's just trying to remember.
Oh,
something?
My history is just as ass, to be honest.
Oh well.
Well, part of it is. Like, she, at least with keen mind, would know what she's trying to recreate.
Yeah, pretty well.
The issue with this is trying to recreate a magical thing that can cast. Or at least that you can cast from. So it would be the sort of the arcane knowledge of at least partially trying to recreate that in a dreamscape. But because you are doing something that is effectively manipulating the dreamscape, give me a d4 as Twix will help you.
So 1d4.
So it'll be a d4 plus your Arcana.
That's the d4. Okay. Alright.
Got any help?
Then.
Something.
That's true, but I'm not... Go hard. Yeah.
Okay.
15. 1-5. Surely. Can it be like a little wonky? Like it, like it's kind of
whatever the staff can do. Do you have it written down somewhere?
I do. Sorry, it's in bio, I think. But it, yeah, it can do. Staff of the Woodlands holds 10, 1d6 at dawn. Animal Friendship 1 charge, Awaken 5 charges, Bar Skin 2 charges, Locate animals or plants 2 charges, Speak with animals, Speak with plants is 1 charge, 3 charge, and then we'll go into 6. And
so
the
you would get...
passive is the
Right. you would get anything that is 2 charges or lower.
Mm-hmm. And
as-
plus without a true.
Yes, because pass without a trace isn't a charge.
Yeah.
It would still count.
Just passive. Sweet.
As technically that is 0 charges.
Yay!
But yes, anything. So you wouldn't have Wall of Thorns. You wouldn't have Speak with Plants. You wouldn't have Awaken, which I guess Awaken doesn't really matter. But you wouldn't have any of the complex stuff that it could do, because your recreation isn't perfect, but it can do some of the easier stuff that you're at least used to doing.
Why have I never used the tree form? That's so cool. Sorry, forgot about that. Okay, so you said anything 2 charges or lower with it, basically?
Yeah.
And physically, you might have just said, sorry, I was a bit zoned while reading. Does it look right? Does it look a little funny?
It's not perfect.
It's like
a lot of the I was gonna say a lot of the details are a little bit kind of smoothed out around some of the edges.
I can imagine actually, like, in my brain, it's like the details that are more important to her would probably be like exaggerated. Like even like the initials would probably of her, like Maria Tide, would be bigger than it actually is, because that's the part that she's
Right.
fixated on. Stuff like that, you know. So it's just a bit funky.
Also, a little bit of the wood, and especially around the base as it kind of gets up to the midpoint, is a little bit twisted and gnarled, in a slight semblance of the dreamscape that you're in.
Right. In being able to do this, she is going to first attempt to see if she can cast something. She's going to test that. So she's going to do Pass Without a Trace.
It works.
Lovely. So we should do a stealth roll just in case. 1 sec. Stealth. And
So,
Val
yeah,
as well.
It would technically be a 25 and a 28.
Sweet.
All right.
And in doing that, she'll sort of like light bulb Delio. And she'll be whispering, she'll be like, Val. Do you remember your weapon well?
Yes.
Okay, so close your eyes. Think about it really hard. And think about it either in your hands or on your back or like it's an extra limb. And I think if you think hard enough, it can appear here. Just like the staff.
Okay.
Focus.
She'll close her eyes and start trying to focus on the weapon itself.
Okay. Make an Arcana check with disadvantage. Okay.
Can Twiggy help her?
No, unfortunately.
No! Please!
You end up recreating not the current bow that you're using, but the bow that you used before that you used for so long. Just your standard bow.
Oh.
Jeff will look at it. Well, hey, it's better than nothing. Okay.
That was a different longbow, so like what would I do for
like damage rolls?
Damage, yeah.
I could probably just recreate it real quick. Do you need that short bow on there anymore?
No.
Okay, I'll just steal that.
I think I still have it, but no.
That, and then honestly the range doesn't matter because you cap it out, so it's like 600 or some shit. label it Dreambow.
Ah,
Sure.
that's what I was gonna do. Yes, good.
Dreambow.
Dreambow. We're on the same wavelength.
Okay, so you have a bow, and Jaffel, you have something close to what your staff was.
Yep. A weird recreation. In having him pointed out to me, is the guy doing all right, Mr. Wizard Man? Like, I'm trying to figure out if we should help or ditch him.
He looks like he's doing okay, but from your vantage point, you can clearly tell that he's not gonna be doing great soon. He's probably gonna be at least sometime very quickly starting to be like overwhelmed with everything.
Oh.
He's managing currently, but it's not great.
How far away is he from us?
Yeah.
I think I said like 600 feet or so.
And how many are around him currently?
From your angle, from what you can tell, because he is essentially encased himself in a square box of stone, as he cast Wall of Stone like all around himself. So from your angle, you can see a couple of these creatures trying to climb over the wall, and like one or two kind of flying above him. But you can also tell, even just from the road, some of them they're still more in the road, walking towards the wall of stone. Even as you're looking from here, from the other side of the wall, you can see one like starting to crawl over the top. So you can clearly tell he'll very quickly start to be overrun, but he's got a little bit of time.
Start shooting, Jaffel.
Jaffel's gonna try and dreamscape her magic missile wand, please.
Because I don't know why you're starting to shoot Jaffel, but okay.
No.
Well, no, I'm asking her if I should start shooting.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to try and dreamscape the magic missile wand,
Arcana.
another Arcana check. Give me a D4 with Twix.
Hey. Not too bad.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like this one's a little bit easier to recreate because it does one thing. And you've used it a good bit. So yeah, I would say you are able to recreate this one.
I want to recreate one more thing.
I'm gonna point something out. You would notice.
This is getting me exhausted.
You would notice. Not you, but Twix. From helping you, and what you can actually now tell is him taking some of the burden from it.
Aww.
Some of the thin branches of his arms have like snapped off.
No. Never mind. I only have the magic missile, and that's it. Well, as for damage. Okay. Yes, Val. And also, can I pick up Twix? Does he have to be stuck to the ground? I feel so bad.
No, he can walk around.
Yeah, but like it's like, can I pick him up? Like he has legs. Can I pick him up?
Oh yeah, you can pick him up if you want.
Oh yeah, he's on my shoulder now. Good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Yes, Val. Time to shoot, and I'll aim magic missile as well. Well, as we get closer, I suppose. I don't think magic missile goes that far. Magic missile will be 120. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to get closer.
Okay. Alright, so you take that shot, and we'll get to that next time.
Ah!
On the next
On
episode,
Dragon Ball Z.
I don't know how long this is gonna take, but it's definitely more than like an hour or two.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Dreamscape, dreamscape. Good job, everybody.
God.
I'd be curious to see if any fighting, like, I imagine it would, any fighting that happens internally in his brain that like makes the condition of Raton worse for a time, even though technically we're killing the bad shit. It's like battling on the inside, you know what I mean?
I hope it doesn't hurt.
I feel like
surely if we're getting the bad stuff out, he will feel better.
We're zapping the cells. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Also, when I was trying to describe the little, like, sort of cliff sides that kind of fold in onto themselves, this is what I'm trying to...
Visual guide.
Yeah, for sure.
Bro's Brain was directed by Tim Burton.
True. Loden's just a really big Tim Burton fan.
Bruh.
He would be.
Terrible. He would. Oh.
Oh dear.
Good job, everyone. Thank you. That's exciting.
Nope.
Time to kill all the demons. Kill all the demons. Ow.
Literally fight your demons.
By the way, for Twix, I have it so that technically he can only assist with 10 things before he's no longer able to stay in this dreamscape.
He just dies. Why do you have to break him apart?
Well,
why can't
no,
he just go to
I
bed?
mean, he'd be back in your.
No, what I mean. No, what I mean is that his arms are breaking off. So if I use him 10 times in this dreamscape, he'll just be gone, dead, and then he'll come back. Yes, but he'll be gone and dead. Can't he just take a nap?
Yeah, can you just like fade away?
Just the fucking I don't feel too good, Mr. Stark.
Yep, exactly.
Fade away. No. Hilarious. But that's good to know, actually. So basically, yeah, if I want to keep using him for advantage, can I choose after I roll? I would have to choose before I roll.
Technically, you don't choose. It's him choosing.
Oh, free will.
And it's partially anything that you do to try and affect the actual dreamscape. For stuff that like technically shouldn't be there. He's trying to help assist you with it. So like you are recreating stuff that again shouldn't be there. Equipment that isn't naturally part of what you can do.
That's cool. That's cool.
Wiggie's a good guy.
Also, I love how I just threw that name on you. I like just decided right then and there. I'm like, it's Twix. That's his name. That's it.
Yeah.
I was spitballing with a few, but Twix is the one. That's cute.
It's very
Twix and
cute.
Apple. My favorite chocolate bar.
This fucking drawing right here, though. Fuck.
Huh?
CL's
Cute little guy.
drawing.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's sketchy.
I love his dinner dish eyeball.
Yeah.
Man. Okay, goodbye, stream.
Bye, stream.